And hello, all you viewers out there in YouTube land. Matt from Just Wrench It here with another lovely Wednesday live stream. Because they're always so great. But it is the #1 Wednesday live stream because no one else is dumb enough to stream on Wednesday nights. Hello, Renegade. Nice to see you. Tools and Trash. My brother stopping in to ask if I need help moving. I text him outside of the chat, so. And then, of course, Bill Beckett in the house. Had a single shot, and it threw you for a loop. Yeah, that can do that. That's just like my live stream, what was it, 2 weeks ago now, where I didn't eat dinner, and I started drinking, and that got to me real quick. I think that live stream was only like an hour long. Luckily, I ate dinner tonight, so we should theoretically be good. As some of you may notice, you may hear a little more echo than normal. That's because, despite what it looks like, the garage is actually pretty empty. The only stuff left is relatively small stuff, and then a bunch of stuff. I have that pile there. You can see off in the distance. That's a pile that I'm going to attempt to see if I can get the restore to take off of my hands, and they will go through it and try to repurpose it. Just odds and ends that I didn't want to take to storage. It wasn't worth it. Stuff I haven't touched in forever, and so I'm just getting rid of it. Yeah, Tools and Trash. It might have been a while since you really stopped by or seen the new camera. I do have now a DSLR camera. It's a Canon 80D. I bought it used at like a Best Buy, and they have a utility now because of COVID that allows you to use it as a webcam. So the funny thing here is, and I mentioned this before, but this is actually only 720p on a real fucking camera, right? So real camera 720p is better than 1080p or even 4K on some of those Chinese counterparts. So I thought that was interesting. It is really nice though. I haven't shot that many videos with it. Even the Tack Life Ratchet video that I did, I filled in some of those shots with my cell phone because I have like the handheld gimbal for the cell phone. I don't even want to know what a gimbal for a camera of this size would be, but it'd be expensive, and I don't know that I'm going to do that. We'll see. Not anytime soon, at least. So for now, I have to work with what I have. So I do some of the more action shots with my phone. I do a lot of the main shots and the still shots and things with this, and it seems to work out pretty good. So, yeah. Other than that, so yeah, this is what's going on. Super fun. I am moving not far away from where I currently am. But, gentlemen, it is a sad day because, I mean, for all kinds of reasons, but mainly, I'm not going to have a garage. All of the stuff in the garage that's missing now is in storage. A very, very small storage unit because that's all they had available. So I stuffed pretty much everything I could fit into a 5x10 storage unit. And that's the way we're going to operate for at least the foreseeable future. So it's going to... Yes, I am live streaming in a non-heated garage. I have one of these little... Because my dumbass... I have one of these little heater things. It won't work if you pick it up, so I have to set it back down. My dumbass The propane cylinder is still sitting over there, but my dumbass packed up the heater, not even thinking about it, and took it to storage. And so then now I got this thing, which has been out here running for like an hour and hasn't even raised it 10 degrees. So, a jacket you must have. So yeah, I'm live streaming in a non-heated garage. If you hear some of that fuzz, it's because this heater is right here keeping me alive. Well, that and the beer. Speaking of which, tonight's drink of choice. The bottle's going to look familiar, and because it's so reflective, come on, focus. You can see it there. It's a Stella Artois, but it's a limited edition dark lager. They call it Midnight Lager. It's actually pretty tasty. It's like if I had to describe it, I would say it's like a mix between a porter and a lager. It's got the porter start, and then it finishes with like a lager taste. So it's actually really good. This is my second one. So anyway, back to the to Bill's question. Sorry, I'm moving to an apartment in the next town over, which is the big town up here by me, Troy. So I'm moving to an apartment there. The bad news, obviously, is I won't have a garage. The good news is, as far as apartments go, this place is pretty big. So I'm going to have a dedicated space for an office slash, hopefully, like YouTube studio of some kind. So we will see in the coming months what I can make of that. But it's definitely going to be interesting as far as content goes. I'm going to have to get creative. Obviously, won't have a bunch of car work that I can do in the street or in the parking lot of the apartment complex. So, yeah, we'll just do the best we can, see where the cards fall, and go from there. Or cold as a well digger's butt. Yeah, and I'm sitting on my Harbor Freight stool, the round one, and I got it raised all the way up, and I have two of these old, like, dirty pillows that I used to use for, like, knee pads out here when I was working. I got two of those sitting on here, too, and it's mildly comfortable right now, but we'll see how that goes in, like, the second or third hour, because my live streams are always so long. I learned from the maintenance man, the king himself, about long live streams where you should have stopped drinking and ended the stream hours ago. So, anyhow, some good news for the channel. I don't know what happened. It's like God hates me, which, kind of stands to reason. But my inbox for my business email, like, exploded the end of last week, beginning of this week. Just exploded. And yes, climate control will be very nice. I can see my breath. You guys might not see it, but I certainly do. But, I forgot what I was going to say, Bill. You threw me off. Good things for the channel. So my inbox exploded. I don't know where it came from exactly, but I got... Excuse me. I got a bunch of different emails from quite a few companies about, product testing. We know what those are, and things of that nature. So, I know I had just done the TAC Live video, so I don't know. Maybe I got sent out to like a network of people or something because of that. But it was very interesting to see that I had so many come in kind of around the same time. And one of them is an actual sponsorship. Like one of those ones where you see somebody legitimately run an ad on their own video. It's akin to that. So obviously it's going to be a minute before, with everything going on, before I can get something together with that. But it sounds like it, I don't know what their exact expectations are, but it sounds like that may continue for some time. So I will get to run some small ads on some of my videos myself and kind of gain control of some of the earning power of the channel to a degree. So I thought that was interesting. And the good news is it's not even like, well, I mean, I guess it's not good news per se. It's not like I'm being sponsored by a tool company. That's kind of hard, right? They don't like you advertising like other people's stuff. So it's not a tool company per se. It's a product. It still fits along the same lines as tools and things. It is not also. I'm not gonna say I got offered, but it was mentioned to me at one point about the ambassador program, and I just didn't feel at that time like it was gonna do me any good. And plus, at that time too, they weren't putting out. This was a year or more ago, probably more. But they weren't putting out near as much stuff as they are now. Now, I mean, if we talked about it right and negotiations went well, possibly. But I do like Ulsa a lot. But yeah, it's not Ulsa. It's for a company that runs like an industrial software for maintenance and things like that, like accounting and reliability studies on your equipment and things like that. So it is tool related in that respect, that it would fit into most of our professional lives potentially. So it'll be interesting. I get to formulate an ad and figure all that out. I have no exact time frame. I'm sure they would rather it start quicker than later, but we'll see where I get with that. But it's a thing. I actually have my first official sponsorship for the channel. It was really cool. I'm really excited about that, because I think it kind of puts you out there, because as I was talking to them, they were like, oh, well, you didn't even really ask about, the money side of it. Yeah, I was just talking about the product, trying to find out a little more about it. I had already done some research at that point, but, because I'm not just going to go out there and push something just to push it. I have to at least think that the tool is worthwhile to tell people about, or, whatever have you. I'm not just going to be like, oh yeah, like Wonder Bread, best thing since sliced zucchini. So, I did the research, and they were like, oh, well, you didn't really ask about the money. And I was like, honestly, like, it can't hurt me, right? So it's not really the first thing on my mind. And, I'm more excited about the future prospects, right? Because like I said, it's kind of like another level. And so maybe now, when I get emails from other companies in the future, maybe they will have seen some of these videos and see, oh, okay, well, this guy's already doing sponsorships, so we got to take it maybe a little more seriously. Maybe my offers will be better and things of that nature. So we'll see. Yes, fix it. It's fucking cold. How can you guys tell? It looks cold. I mean, I always wear the coat. But yeah, it is a chilly. I don't even think we're up to 40 degrees yet. This little heater that I got instead of my propane heater is not doing anybody any justice at all. So yeah, I'm freezing my ass off, but I suffer. I suffer with you guys. Well, maybe. Most of you guys are probably inside. Like smart little people. Mark C, hello, sir. Thank you for all of the recent views and comments. I did see that, obviously, you know that, but Mark was checking out one of my videos and told me about an LED light conversion that he did, where you bypass the ballast. And I was telling him that I did a video on that a while back, and, you know, he couldn't find it or whatever, because that one got buried by YouTube. But, I was nice enough to give him the link, and he actually went and watched that video too. Which, I think at that point in time, Mark, I was kind of in, I was trying to set up my content a little better. And I don't know, like my humor on the live streams, I think it's not so bad. I'm kind of better off the cuff sometimes if people get my humor. But, like, on video, I'm still working on it. Because, like, it's like one of those, I'm like the equivalent of, like, a corny popsicle joke. Where, like, the punchline is more like a smack to the face. Like, my humor just doesn't always come across well in the video. So I try not to use it. Because I always think it's going to be fine. And then it never ends up being. So, I try to watch my humor a bit. And so, Fixit says he's still wearing t-shirts at work. Well, I wear a long sleeve, but it's, you know, a t-shirt most of the time. And that does alright. Even now, I mean, inside the building is fine. It's outside that's the problem. Yeah, oh, yeah, speaking of everybody saying hi to TNT, I gotta throw shade. I'm gonna throw shade. I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna toss a truckload of it his way. I was like, because he's my rival, right? He is my rival because I found him when he was kind of small. I forget where I was at. I was at like 500 subs, and I've talked about this before. He surpassed me, right? He hit 1,000. Not too much quicker than me, but it was a little bit noticeable difference. So he got there first, which is fine. Congratulations to him for that. And so, like, he's my rival. I kind of like that's what I look at him and I'm like, okay, so how am I doing in comparison to that? And it had been a while, so before I hopped on the stream tonight, I went to look him up because I hadn't seen any videos or anything. And it looks like there's another video of his that I need to go watch. But I was looking at his shit, and he's at like what 1,060, or no, maybe it's even more than that. He's the gap is widening, and I'm like, fuck. I'm just looking like, damn it. He's only put out a handful of videos in the last couple of months, and he's still beating my ass. Like, damn. It's horrible. So, yeah, I think I'm at, I'm at, like, 1,250, I think. And he's at, like, he's already up to, like, 1,600, some shit like that. Now I gotta look, because I'm trying to quote shit. I don't know if he's still in here. He's probably not. Get over here, go to YouTube. You guys can't see any of this. That's alright. It always tries to get me to watch my own stream. I don't know why. Come on, where's Tools and Trash in my subscription list? There he is. Okay. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I'm at 1,250, whatever. He's at 1,320 something. So he's almost got 100. Yeah, he's almost got 100 subscribers over me now. The gap is widening. The son of a bitch. Oh, that's great. Oh, I gotta switch. I got the worst looking thumbnail for the live stream. It looks like I'm doing some kind of vampire thing because I was talking real loud. Yeah, that's not a good look. Come on, YouTube, fix that shit. Anyhow, get back to the stream. So, yeah, he's lapping me, guys, which is fine. Obviously, but I consider that to be my benchmark. I think he's in my neighborhood. He's in my class. I try to compare myself to that, and at the moment, he's kicking my ass. Oh, so I will notice that a little while back, YouTube said they were making a change where they were going to run ads on non-monetized channels. So basically, they don't have to. I mean, it's fucked up. We all know it's fucked up, but they don't have to pay the creators because they're not in the YouTube partner program, right? So they're not monetized. So YouTube gets to keep all the revenue. There's no 55-45 split or whatever. So has anybody, there's a few of you in here, has anybody noticed any ads on some of the smaller channels that are not monetized? Oh, BSS, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, all you people in the South can kiss my ass right about now. It was this nice little snow today, and it wasn't plow worthy, but they were out salting the fuck out of our cars. Jesus Christ, I seen this one salt truck driving through the parking lot at work, and he's going, and his salt's dumping, but his spreader wasn't working, so he's just drawing coke lines through the parking lot. Like it was funny. And then I seen one of the other guys like walking and spreading salt, and I was like, "Hey, you gonna go tell your buddy his spreader's not working?" And he was like, just kind of looked over at it, and he's like, "Oh, he'll figure it out." And the dude, there he goes, just coke lines. I was like, "All right, cool." Yeah, time is a bitch. BSS. It really is. Um, I've been trying. I was on your live stream earlier, and I saw that you did something the other night, or maybe it was the other day with Princess Jamie. Let me think of what I've actually watched recently. Bruce did a video. I watched that. Bruce L. Yeah, I don't know. It's obviously I've been going through some shit, so to speak, and so I don't. If I get time to get on there, I just usually throw on whatever YouTube throws at me, which we talked about this last week, which seems to be a lot of the like the Reddit reading posts of Reddit. A few of those, like you watch a couple, and it just Jesus Christ, and then I keep watching them because some of the topics seem interesting, and that's half my fucking feed now. So I literally have to go to my subscription tab. I watched a Mr. Beast video the other day. He put one out. It might have been yesterday or something like that. If any of you guys watch this, like, I gotta say, like, yeah, it's still big and he's still doing, I'm sure, very well. But, like, he's gonna have to do something pretty soon because, like, I think he's backed himself into a corner where, like, every video has to be like huge money, huge giveaways, and I don't know what he makes per video. I'm sure obviously he's still coming out somewhere ahead, but it seems a little forced lately, and it seems like kind of like a tad over the top. And most of them, being him and his team, Chandler and all these other guys around, they seem like slightly desensitized to it, you know? And even like some of the people winning anymore, like are just like, oh yeah, cool, because like you know, if you're going on his video, that there's a good chance you're walking away with some shit, right? So, I watched it. It wasn't cringeworthy yet, but it seems like it's kind of getting there. Like they're just like, oh, we go here and we get, we spend somebody some money, and we go here and we spend somebody some money, and you got 3 minutes to put everything you can in the shopping cart and stuff like that. And I don't know. I think it's getting to be old hat, as us old people would say, because it's just kind of like the same thing, which is shameful to me because that's kind of where I'd like to get to eventually. Obviously, I wouldn't quite go to the level that he's at, but I would like to start doing the bigger giveaways and those kinds of things, donating tools to people that need them, yada yada yada. I've talked about that some before, but that's kind of not like the model, but the idea with some of mine is like I'd like to get big enough to where I could do more real like meaningful giveaways. And to see him just kind of like on the verge of beating a dead horse, I'm like, but he does have like a gaming channel now and some other stuff. I don't know if a lot of you guys watch that stuff, but I think it's kind of weird. I occasionally watch it just to see like what he's gonna do, and I think those kind of just basically spend money videos on people. They're still nice. Like a lot of it, there is some amount of charity to it and things, but it's just not. I don't know. It's not as entertaining now that it's been done so much. Oh, so let me catch up on the chat. Mark C said Brad. I don't know what that means, except for maybe Brad's workbench, but I don't see him in here. Dano, what are we talking about, Willis? Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know. Welcome to my fucking live stream. It's always the same. It's a bunch of random stuff. But actually, I got to get over and check out Dano's channel. I haven't watched one of his videos in a while either. Yeah, Fix-It needs to put something out. I'm actually, this may sound funny to some of you, but I actually think, barring the immediate situation, that I'm going to start like a YouTube consulting service, which nobody will take me up on, but I can offer it, and if somebody ever does, and for like some small fee, whatever it ends up being, like I will do like one-on-one coaching, whether that be like specific videos or your channel in general, like helpful tips and things that you specifically can do to increase your channel, because there's two guys at work that have channels that are coming to me with questions and stuff all the time, and I help them. There's another buddy who runs like a media company who I'm getting ready to do a personal consult with and help him out. So, and I know a lot about this stuff from all my time that I've been doing it. So I figured, why not? So I even thought maybe if it starts doing, if I get some actual people that want consults, I might even do like a second YouTube channel just on YouTube tips for tool tubers, like how to make better videos, advice, because a lot of us don't know these things and don't subscribe to all those YouTube tip channels and kind of go to that level. So I think for that, and a lot of the guys on this side of things don't have the fucking time to do that. We don't even have time to watch our friends' videos, let alone study up on how to make our channels better, right? So I figured it might be helpful. Some people might be into it. I'm gonna try it, see what happens. I'm too cheap to buy my own tools, let alone more tools to give away right now. Yeah, you were talking about that earlier in the live stream. That you were pretty much done buying tools for a while. Well, unfortunately, seems like I kind of am too. I mean, man without a garage can't really justify a shit ton of purchases, right? Maybe something for a video, but then whatever it is, I have to actually use it, right? Hi, Austin. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. That's what I was going to do. I was going to open another beer. But yeah, so the whole tool thing, I got that gear wrench set listed on Facebook Marketplace for I think like $60. And I'd probably take 50 at this point. I haven't gotten a lot of interest because everybody that seems to want it is far away and want me to ship it, and I'm not going to eat half of my not even profit. I'm not going to eat half of my loss in shipping costs. So I haven't got a lot of like interest in it. But then I put the fucking thing in storage with the other tools, of course. And then I start getting messages about it, like, oh, hey, can I come pick it up today? Motherfucker, no, you can't come pick it up today. It's in storage. Like, I'll get it out hopefully in like a week or two, but nobody bought it in like a month and a half of it sitting on there. Oh, Chris is here. Hey, Chris, how's it going, sir? Chris has got a leg up on me now. Everyone's got a leg up on me. I'm at a real disadvantage here. Tool channel, car and tool channel without a garage. Now that's a tricky one. We'll see how I weasel my way out of this one. It's going to be interesting. Stay tuned in the next few months. But I will say, at the new place, I've already seen it. I already know what I'm walking into. I'm going to have an office. And so therein, I should have some space to do something. I don't know what that is yet, but like we'll call it a YouTube area, even if it's only for live streams and stuff like that. I'll have an area to shoot in the apartment, so that's dedicated, that I can like leave the stuff set up for the most part and not have to mess with. So it might not be all that bad. Well, that's easy. That's easy, Robert. You get rid of the wife and you get rid of the garage at the same time, right? Funny how that works. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm thinking some more like educational content. Maybe even everybody does like the electrical troubleshooting videos. I might do some stuff like that. Some like multimeter basics and some other things. It'll still be tool related. I'll try to keep it on the level and not alienate all of you. But man, all that smoke's just flying right into the camera. But it's my live stream. No. It's all in storage, Chris. It's an amicable as a separation can be. It's amicable. So, yeah. So within, it sounds like I'm gonna get my place right after, sometime after Christmas. So then around the 1st or so, I should be in the new place and getting it set up. So just after the new year, we will see what I can make of the transition. What day say? Ew. Yeah, it's alright. You know, it is what it is. Plus, the wife was never super supportive of the YouTube efforts anyway, which I'm not knocking her for. It's just, it's more of an objective statement. So I will have some other time and ability, I think, to focus on some of that, which I'll need without having a garage. So it'll be interesting, and it's still temporary. I'm not sure what I'm going to do in the future. Well, you can't, Austin, because I won't be here in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So for right now, no, I'll have to ask you to hold off on sending me anything. And then I'm going to an apartment, and it's a building, and the entrance is inside, right? But I'm going to have to do a series of tests with small Amazon products and order things and see if the packages fucking disappear. Leave them on my doorstep longer than they should be and see if anyone takes them so I can know if I order something that is big or I really want, if it's going to be there when I get home. So we're going to do that test, which hopefully should be good. It's a pretty good place and everything, so it shouldn't be a problem, but I'm still going to check first. So the last thing I need is some company to send me some tool to review and it to disappear on my doorstep. That would not be fun. Oh, give me 2 seconds. Work text message. Oh, hold on. I gotta make a phone call. Contacts. P. Where the fuck is P? Hey, Todd just chimed. Your guys' DoorDash guy's sitting out front. Yep, go get your food. Alright, bye. Huh. Well, the fuse blew. So I'm kind of thinking when the motor overloaded or whatever, it blew the fuse, but I replaced the fuse and the motor still wasn't working right. So I still replaced the motor. But yeah, I don't know what caused the fuse to blow, but yeah, it didn't fix it. So I still pulled it. I would still assume that it's bad. Oh, okay. Was it really still rotating without the bands? That's so... Yeah, that is so weird. Right. Hmm. Well, no. I told him. Well, he might not have caught all the details, but yeah, I told him that I tried the fuse. It still was acting. It was working, but acting funny, so I just replaced it. Yeah, yeah. So that it wasn't just a fuse. All right, man. Well, I was. Well, I'll see you next week. All right. Well, yeah. So that was it. It's no big deal. And then theoretically, they'll order them. I don't know if our minimum's 4, but they'll order some more when we hit the minimum. All right. Yeah, yeah. Oh, dude, it took me all of 45 minutes to do the actual work because of the fuse thing. I hooked it up, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's still not fucking working. What the fuck? So, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, it's all right. No big deal. But yeah, I got it, and we'll just know that next time to always check the fuse, I guess. I mean, it was really strange. I didn't expect the fuse to be blown. All right. Yep, you too. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. The the boss had ordered as like a small not Christmas bonus, but like a token of gesture of appreciation. The boss is ordering everybody lunch, and he was messaging everybody in like a group chat, like, "Hey, the guy's there trying to deliver the food. Like nobody's there to get it." But he did that for me today, and it said the guy was on his way still, like he was still in the restaurant, and the dude was out front. Like, I don't know, like the app didn't update fast enough or something. Alright. Okay, so, waiting on a part that's lost in the mail right now. I hope it misses me. The great UPS system. P is after O. Thanks, Amos. I appreciate that. After O and before Q. You guys are horrible. Um, exactly. It has made it to more states than I have. I will say this was a while back. This was a couple of years ago. But I saw one of those scam ads. You guys know the ones. They're on like Facebook and stuff where they're like, "Oh, you can get a 700-piece tool set for like $100. Da 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 da." And I kept seeing these at that point in time for whatever reason, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking order one. I'm gonna fucking order one and see what happens. So I went out. I got one of those little prepaid debit card BS things, and I got that, and I put the money on it, and I used that instead of like a real card. And I didn't tell them it was that kind of card. I told them it was like a bank card when we started arguing back and forth. But it said it shipped. Like I ordered this 700-piece toolkit for like $100 or something, and it said it shipped, and I'm like, what the fuck? It really shipped? I had a tracking number and everything, and I'm like, okay, all right, it just, and it was like it came into like California, and I'm like, all right, okay, that's okay. It's coming from China, okay, California, cool. It's a little weird, but all right. And so then, like, it's it starts hitting places as the tracking's going, and I'm like, okay, it's moving. It's something, right? And it's coming through. I'm like, all right. And so then it gets to like Texas, somewhere, and then it didn't do anything forever. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is weird. It's like stuck in Texas. Or I was like, maybe it's just a lag and it's still on the way. And so it is Stella Artois Midnight Lager. It's a limited edition. It's really tasty. If you like these kind of beers. It's like a porter and a lager mixed. Starts out with the porter body and then finishes with like a nice crisp lager taste. It's really tasty. I'm enjoying it. Limited edition. So it's stuck in Texas. It didn't update forever. And then all of a sudden, one day I check it and it updates in the worst way possible. It's in Texas. I'm in Ohio. And it says out for delivery. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, oh, hell no. Like, hold on. What the fuck? And I forget what it was. It was, I want to say it was like Alibaba. Yeah, it wasn't Wish. I know it wasn't Wish. I think it was like Alibaba or something is where I ordered it from. And so, like, I start getting a hold of them, and they're like, oh, well, you got to get a hold of the seller. And I'm like, okay, fuck. So I start getting a hold of the seller, and they're not messaging back at all. And then the seller comes through finally after days, and they're like, yeah, like, we're just confirming your address at, yeah, it's out for delivery in some fucking whack ass Laredo, Texas, or I don't fucking know where. Not my address. And I'm like, whoa, 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 like, that's not my address. And they're like, that's what you gave us. And I'm like, no, go back and check again. That's not what I gave you. So then I start getting the feeling, right? And then it says delivered. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, okay. Like, we're in trouble. So I got a hold of the customer service for Alibaba or whatever. And I was like, look, this is what happened. I sent them the emails back and forth with the people. I'm like, that's not my address. It's never been my address. You know, yada, yada, yada. And argued with them enough to eventually get them to refund the money. But it took a while and way more effort than it was worth. But at least I know now for a fact that all of those things are way too good to be true. And they literally just want to take your money and send something to somewhere, and somehow that's acceptable. For the most part. If it would have been a less reputable site than Alibaba, then I would have gotten completely fucked. Like, Alibaba actually gives a fuck about their reputation, and they banned the seller after that. But they'll just start another account and do the same thing. So, back to the chat. How much did you get today? I don't know who he's talking to. Oh, snow. Based on what my car looks like, it was about 2 inches. But, or, you know, inch and a half, something in there. But it was warm enough that it stuck early and then melted for the most part in the salt and everything. So it wasn't like a huge accumulation or anything. All the snow was off the roads by like 10, 11 a.m. Joshua Brandenburg chose to stop by and grace us with his presence. Now we got Austin and Josh. That's something right there. A YouTube name for you, Josh. Well, you got to figure out what your content's going to be first. And I've heard, now I don't know if you want to put your name out there like that. I mean, obviously, it seems like you kind of already do. But they say that the named channels, like if mine was Matt, insert last name here, that you become your brand and it's easier to do different content because then it's you and whatever you're doing, not necessarily like Josh's gaming channel or whatever you would call it. So it kind of can be helpful in that respect, allow you to do different things, and you know, hopefully people are watching for you. But like me, it's like if I started trying to do needlepoint videos on just Wrench It, like, it's not going to go very far or really at all. It'd probably tank my whole channel because it's a Wrench It channel about tools and cars and repairs and things of that nature. So yeah, you don't want to back yourself into a corner. You know, Robert's channel got rebranded as Built Over Bought, and that is a nice play on words. But I think once he actually gets to uploading some new stuff. Oh, Dave, you're heading out. All right. It is good. I appreciate it, sir. Take it easy. Don't work too hard. But once he starts putting up some content, I'm sure that the name will, you know, be more evident as opposed to, you know, just a play on words. It's probably going to give you some insight into what the content is. So you need to figure that out first. What are you going to talk about mainly? Doesn't mean that's the only thing you're going to do, but mainly. And then kind of go from there. Like me, for instance, I was literally sitting there going, I'm gonna start a channel. What am I gonna fucking call it? And I was like, it's gonna be about cars and tools and stuff like this. And I came up with Just Wrench It. And a buddy of mine It was like, oh, you can't do that. You're gonna get sued by Nike or something. And I was like, no, theirs is just do it, and that's trademarked. But this is different. It's totally different. At least I think so. So, out of everything that I could come up with, it was the best thing. So I just went with that. And that's where we stood, and that's where we ended up. Now, luckily, that's still kind of broad, you know? It's like a lot of the garage channels, right? It's the equivalent of that. Naming it Josh's Garage, where you can talk about anything pertaining to garages, from building them to organizing them to working in them to tools to, cleaning up oil spills in your garage. You can talk about anything that has to do with garages and tools and cars and all that stuff and be okay. So you want to make sure you keep it open like that. Hey, I could talk about the different needles. I could talk about, the thread count of the material and how to do this. No, no, I really couldn't. But hey, some of that needlepoint stuff, like the funny ones that people are doing nowadays, like the more modern, some of those are kind of funny because they look old and like homey, but like they'll say something like your mom's a cunt or whatever. Oh, this whole live stream is just full of niceties, isn't it? All right. I used my name when I started and then decided to use Dano's Toolbox. Yeah, and I like that. I like that. And it helps. It really does. Like, the name thing, I don't know. It just depends. I guess for some people that takes off. And actually, I've seen some people um, go the other way. That they started with a name that, at the time they thought was good and worked and everything. And then as they started actually getting bigger, we're like, oh shit, like I have to change this. Like I can't have this silly, corny name or whatever. And so then they moved to branding their channel as their name. I've seen like 3 or 4 people, big channels, do that as of recent. And so that's something to think about too. I mean, my name's not good, it's not memorable or any of that shit. So it wouldn't be that good for me. Plus, my name's like ultra common. It might as well be Steve Steverson. But yeah, so it's not it's not a good idea. And how did I come up with it? That's what she said. Dan, jeez. Oh, we're trying to keep it. No, we're not. We're not trying to keep it PG. Oh, so also, um, to the lovely 8 people that are hanging out, um, Friday night, I believe it's on Brad's Workbench channel. He's having a Christmas something live stream extravaganza with Junk from Work, I believe, Dan McKevitt, myself. I've been threatened with fear of death if I don't stop by and make an appearance. So I will be over there on that live stream. Check him out on Instagram for the exact time. I don't even know yet. But yeah, I guess that would be maybe his normal Friday Night Live, which is hitting East Coast, I think, about 10 o'clock. Yeah, Bob. Well, and that's, yeah, who is it? Hold on. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. So I remember, I thought this was funny. I'm gonna get over here and see if I can find it real quick while you guys are, go to, what did I go to? Yes, Social Blade, Chris Fix. I remember it now, but I want to show you guys. Oh wait, did he fix it? Oh, wait, no, hold on. Where, oh shit, where is it? Okay, so, I think maybe he got it fixed because he's so fucking big now, bastard. Why does it say that ain't him? Hold on, no, hold on, that's why. That's somebody trying to, oh. Let's see if this gets something. Hold on. Somebody had like cloned Chris Fix's channel or tried to. Okay, here we go. Chris Fix. Okay. So this is interesting. It's oh shit. Gotta get back over so you guys can see this. Alright, so I'm going to transition you guys to the desktop view with the main screen, little infinite world there. And then here we go. Here we are at Social Blade. If you don't know what Social Blade is, you can come in here, look up YouTube, Instagram, whoever, whatever their platform is. You can check them out, and it'll give you their stats unless they hide them. Like AVE, at some point, somewhere, hid all his stats, probably because he didn't want everyone to see how much fucking money he was making or something. I mean, it does give you some ballparks. I'll tell you right now that they're wrong. Even on my channel, they're wrong. So, they're, and the worst part is, at least for my channel, they're lower. So, it kind of gives you an idea of what somebody might be making before taxes. But, if you look up here at the top at the URL for Chris Fix's Social Blade page, it's got users /paintball 007. So here we are, and we know what Chris Fix's YouTube username was before he changed it to Chris Fix. His original YouTube account was named Paintball 007. Kind of interesting there. I like that, and I always thought that was funny. And now I've shared it with you guys. So you can always look and see, and that's what Robert's referring to there, is that his URL still has, hold on, I gotta switch back. He says his URL still has his name in it, and a lot of people call him Bob. And that's what he's referring to, is in the right places, you can still see the real original username before the name change. I bet it says my channel will never hit it. Social Blade shows I won't hit 1K until... You're almost there! That can't be fucking possible. How is that possible? You're at like, what? Hold on, you're at like a few hundred away? No, it's more than that. What the fuck? Hold on. Now I gotta go check this out. Hold on, I'm not looking at the chat. But I am gonna smoke another cigarette. BSS, you should be top in my subscriptions since I just watched your fucking live stream. Where is it? See, and I just cleared out my shit not too long ago of a bunch of stuff, and it's still a list a mile long. Where the fuck are you? Jesus. I must have like 300 subscriptions. This is ridiculous. I'm still waiting on Mike's garage to return. Where the fuck are you, BSS? I'm about to just type it in, but I'm afraid I still won't find you. Fuck. How long is this list? Resto Rod, Zero BS. I like that guy. Mike's... Oh, wait, no. It's not Mike's Garage. It's Mike's Tool Shed. That's who I was thinking of. Mike's Garage is on my list, though, too. So, I must be subbed to him. What the fuck? Where... There's no way I passed it. Okay, time for search. It's BSS small engines, right? Okay, here we go. Yeah. 782. You're at 7 fucking 82. That's what I thought. I knew you were like up there. So how in the fuck are you not gonna hit 1,000 until 2022? I didn't play a lot of paintball, but I went what I will consider to be often, and I love that shit. Yeah, dude, that's got to be way before 2022. You need to put yourself out of business by making videos on how to repair the things that you do. Like, I have always found that really interesting when some of these garages and things, like, they'll have like YouTube channels, or somebody at the garage will have YouTube channels, and they'll do videos on the repairs that they're doing. I'm like, for lack of a better term, you're basically doing a how-to that like eliminates your job, right? If somebody's ballsy enough to try it themselves and good enough not to fuck it up. Ah, yes, the BSS. Bull super shit? Is that what that is? Like, what the fuck? That's well, I will say this too. I mean, I'm like one of those slow growth channels, and it said, and of course I could have changed this with a single breakout video or something, right? But it told me I hit in August this year. Or, yeah, this year. So I hit August this year. Like a year before that, growing, and Social Blade's whole thing is growing at your current rate of subscribers. So, growing at your current rate, that's what they say. And theirs said I was going to hit in July of this year my 1,000. And I didn't hit until August. So, I'm kind of thinking it's, if you're assuming the baseline stays about the same, it's actually pretty accurate. But, like I said, all you need to do is make a breakout video putting yourself out of business and telling people how to fix their weed eater at home in 10 minutes or less, and that video would do really good, because springtime's coming, everyone's going to try to start their shit, it's not going to start. You can tell them that their primer bulb has a hole in it, so you're not getting proper pressure, or they got a hole in the gas line, or their spark plug's fucked up, or, you know, whatever. You know, show them some basic steps to figure out how to get it to start. Or do one of those, just do a really simple one. How to start your weed eater the first time, every time. And then go into some basic maintenance, like, you know, tear the carb apart before you start it, like, the first time, and clean it. And then chances are it's going to start just fine. Stuff like that. I mean, it sounds corny and it's kind of cheesy, but occasionally you got to put out some of those videos to try to hit the masses, right? Lots of people have gas weed eaters. And that's one of the reasons why electrics sell so well, is because people think gas weed eaters, while they are better and they work better, that's hands down, they're a bitch to keep running. And you know that because I'm sure that's a small portion of your business, right? It says I won't hit 1,000 subscribers until next December. That's good, though. That's a pretty quick turnaround. But again, like I said, that all depends on you and your videos. If you can get a good video, Brad's Workbench and I were talking, and he was talking about, a lot of people keep saying, if you just throw like Snap-on and Harbor Freight in the video title, enough, like if that's like what your whole channel's based around, somehow that means like instant success or something. So he was talking about how he was thinking of putting out an open challenge for anyone to start a new YouTube channel and to get to 1,000 subscribers in X amount of time for some, bragging rights or small reward or something. Because we all know that's bull, but everybody seems to think that. All of the actual YouTube consumers that don't actually make videos seem to think that that's all it takes is for you to throw Harbor Freight in once. If that was the case, I'd hit it a long time ago. Hell, most of my Harbor Freight videos don't even do that well. The only one that did was the one that I took down. And that was, I was buying, what was I buying? I was buying a paint sprayer to paint my truck. And it was like Memorial Day weekend or something like that. Whatever the one, yeah, Memorial Day weekend. And I went in to buy it, and I was like, I was going to shoot some kind of video. Don't ask me what, but I was going to try to shoot some kind of video of the paint sprayer purchase. And some asshole in the store tried to tell me I couldn't record. And this was all after the Bear had his thing with Eric Schmidt, or whatever the fucking guy's name is, and they said, oh no, you can record in the store, all that. This was after all that, and this dude told me I couldn't record in the store, and I'm like, wait, no, yeah, I can. And he said, oh no, and like, I mean, he fucked up the whole mood, feng shui, whatever, vibe of me trying to record, and then like, after I got my thing and I'm in line and I'm trying to pay, the fucker like comes and tells on me, right, to the manager, who I know. I mean, I don't know her name, but she knows I have a channel. She's seen me in there before, and she's nice and cool. But he comes to tattle on the fucking manager and say, oh yeah, this is the guy that was trying to record in here. And she's like, yeah, he can fucking record in here. Like, what? As long as he's not, like, recording the people walking around, yeah. Like, as long as he's not bothering anybody or anything, then yeah, he can record. Like, what? And so, like, I did a small video about, how I was told that I couldn't record. And I almost immediately took it down because it did well. It had, at the time, it had like 400 fucking views in like the first hour. Like, I mean, it was huge. And this just goes to show you how I'm not trying to get exposure for the wrong reasons. Because by the end of the video, I did state, that they told me at the end I was allowed to record, but it fucked up my whole thing. And like, why don't they know at this point if the head of the company has put out a memo? Why do they not know? Like, what's the confusion? That was the whole point of the video. But of course, everybody doesn't make it to the end of the video. And just the comment section just was tearing me up. And that was at the time where I had my first go-round with trying to put my Patreon together. And so I had my Patreon link in the description. And I think that was probably the straw that broke the camel's back. Because then I had a bunch of fucking keyboard warriors in there going, why is this guy begging for money? Like, because of the Patreon link and all of this, that, and the other. So I deleted the Patreon. I took the video down just because I didn't want that kind of exposure. Princess Jamie, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Beer 30. That's the time. That's not literally Beer 30. If it was Beer 30, I might actually feel warm in this fucking garage. Jesus, it's still not over 40 degrees. This heater is doing like nothing. It's not even a hand warmer, but that's about all it can function as. Might as well stuff that thing in my pocket. But yeah, so I mean, it was just that video was just going places for the wrong reasons. So rather than face that onslaught, even though I would have gotten exposure, I just chose to delete it. Or, well, not delete it. I made it private. Like, it's there, but nobody can see it. So, I mean, it is what it is. And here's Princess Jamie to come take over my live stream. Everybody says hi to Princess Jamie, which is fine. It's good to see you. I did see you, or at least I saw the live stream with you hanging out with BSS the other night, or day, or whatever the fuck it was. I saw it. I didn't have time to watch it, but I did see it. Thought that was nice. It's nice to see you around. And then who? You were in one the other night with a bunch of people. Forget whose was that? I think V-Twin, Twisted V-Twin was on there. I think. And some other people. You were on somebody's. Yeah, because I had it on. I was listening to it. And doing something else. Yeah, I remember though. But it's nice. It's nice to see you making those appearances and things. We all like that. I'm on my deck. It says it's 21, but it feels like 9. Yeah. I mean, you ain't kidding. It's barely over freezing in here. I mean, the garage at this point is just a giant windshield. And yeah, I've been in here. I've been live streaming for an hour and a half. This heater's been running for over 2. And we are literally, we've gotten from like 30 some degrees up to just under 40, like 39. Limited edition beer, yes. Limited edition. It ain't gonna focus because it wants to see my face. Limited edition Stella Artois Midnight Lager. Very tasty. The streams are good. It's good to get your name out. I mean, I know you're not super focused on that, but they are good to get your name out. That was one of the things I did early on. I hung out in Justin Dow's live streams there for a little bit. I watched the Bears live streams for a while before they went sour. In my opinion. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the boss is having a meeting for all the night shift people. How do I... Silence! There we go. Yeah, I'm not joining that. I was already in the day shift version. It's funny when we have all these meetings because a lot of them are over, like, you know, digital media and stuff. And all these guys, like, clam up and won't talk. And so, like, the boss is just struggling through this. You can see because, like, you know, they get to, like, the question period and nobody has any questions. He's just like, okay, moving on. And, like, goes to the next thing. So about halfway through, I started, like, jumping in and talking and making other comments or, you know, reiterating what he was saying to other people and like he called me after the fact and he was like, thank you. Thank God for like breaking the silence. I hate these meetings where nobody says anything back. It's horrible. So he was grateful for that, but it looks like he's about to have another one at 9:30 at night with all the night shift guys. So that's interesting. Oh, Mark, where is everything in my garage? Oh, no. Yeah, Mark, you might not have been here earlier. I'm moving. Getting separated legally by the state. And I am moving to an apartment without a garage. So all of my stuff is in storage, at least all the big stuff from the garage, the workbench, the toolboxes, all the big tools are all in storage until I figure out what the fuck I'm doing with my life. And so, here within the next couple of weeks, I will make the official move. Just after Christmas, it seems like. And then I've taken off the first week of the year to attempt to set up the new place. And yeah, we'll see how I can pull this out of my ass and have a car channel without a garage. Can he do it? Chances are no, but we're going to see if we can. So yeah, everything's in storage. It's going to be interesting. Stay tuned for the dumpster fire. I firmly want someone to, if I review a tool of some kind, I mean, obviously, theoretically, there's going to be something in the video, right? But I firmly want somebody to come into the comment section and berate me over the fact that I'm reviewing tools but don't have a garage. Ah, yes, the sink is a parts washer. That is, you know, I saw a deal I was going to share on the tool sales and deals page, but I thought it was a little over. Like, it was like an ultrasonic parts washer, like, you know, the standalone unit, not like the tabletop. And it was like $300, but it was one of the good brands. And I was like, man, like, I want to share that, but like, I don't want anyone spending $300 on a parts washer. Like, what the fuck? But I did see one the other day, and that's funny that you mentioned that, because I was like, I watched like one of those, I don't know, it was like a Reddit video or something. Anyhow, they had like a little tabletop parts washer, but they had like jewelry cleaner in it at the, you know, the, forget what their name is, the jewelry guys, but one of them was cleaning like a diamond ring, and it looked nice. Like, it may be a little tarnished on the metal a little, but it looked like a nice ring. And he put that motherfucker in the ultrasonic parts washer in this solution for like 30 seconds or less. And when he pulled it out, not only was there all kinds of like clouds of black coming off of it, but when he pulled it out, that motherfucker looked brand new. Them ultrasonic parts washers with the right cleaning agents are fucking amazing. They really are. The CRC parts washer. Uh-oh. Now I gotta go look at the... oh, and yeah, I've probably explained this before too, but if I look funny when I'm looking at you guys, when I'm actually doing web searches and stuff, it's because my monitor out here in the garage is a 32-inch TV, or maybe it's 40-something. It's like a big TV, so when I look, I literally have to look up because I'm on a 2-foot Harbor Freight stool. What'd you say? CRC parts washer. Holy shit! That's a the one they're showing me though. It's like a rolling unit. The 14740 mobile parts washer kit, and it's $1,700 at Walmart, $2,500 at Grainger, but we know they fucking bust heads on prices and markup. But Walmart seems to be the... No, Walmart is not the cheapest. There is one... Oh, maybe that's from... No, it's Boatplicity? I don't know what that is. Maybe a marina kind of supply. But they have it slightly cheaper than Walmart with free shipping. It's like $16.46 $59. But that does look like a nice parts washer. It even looks like, if I'm guessing, it looks like it probably even has a tub in the bottom of it to drain the basin into. Maybe. It looks nice. There's a lot of reviews on YouTube about it. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Damn. But yeah, so $300 for a standalone unit might not be that bad, but I chose not to post it. I try not to post too many of like the high dollar deals. It'd probably be better for me in the long run if anybody actually did purchase it and it was actually an affiliate link on, say, like Amazon. But I don't think too many people are looking for those kinds of things, so I don't post them as often. Now, if something's a crazy deal, if I know for a fact it's, some good percentage off, then by all means I'll post it. But for the most part, I try to keep all the stuff that I post on there, most of us do, down to like a reasonable, people are looking for it, people might buy it kind of thing. That way they're useful tool sales and deals and not, $100 off an $1,800 Milwaukee kit. Good of the Land and Stephen Cox. That was in my stream the other night. Is sponsored by CRC. That's where we're trying to get to. Like I said, I got this one channel sponsorship thing that I should be doing shortly in the future. And that it might be lucrative. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm definitely going to try it just so I can get to that level, and be taken slightly more seriously. Dewey did it. Dewey Dunn did it. Is here. That is a good guy. You can check out his channel for lots of Cobalt content more often recently. I know he has put out some ULSA stuff. And ULSA really, it's really kind of exploded. You can see that they are putting out a lot more stuff. They're trying to expand. And, I mean, I think all of us, know that that's admirable. Starting a fucking tool company from scratch is not easy. And I do know they are very picky about their products. They don't just grab the first thing that, some manufacturer throws at them. They test things. They do other types of market research and stuff before they decide on a product. So when they put something out, a lot of people have complained in the past about some of their prices because of the nature of the business. But you got to think of it from a standpoint of like a small to medium business. You're trying to get off the ground. You have to attempt to make a profit. I mean, eventually, when they need to move stuff, I will put it in a very PC way. When they need to move stuff, they do occasionally have some really good sales on some of their stuff. But like with ULSA, I've said to them in the past, they've offered me, some product, for a review or something like that. And at one point, I kind of turned them down. And then when I did the ULSA gloves giveaway, they gave me a couple pairs of the gloves to give away on Instagram. We couldn't ship them to Bruce in Canada for some customs reason. Don't ask me why. I didn't get that far into it. But they told me they couldn't ship them to Canada. So I was like, well, fuck that. So I was like, all right, ship them to me and I'll ship them to Canada. And I did, and it was more than the cost of the gloves, and I lied on the custom thing to some degree. I just said they were work gloves, because I don't know why they're not allowed to sell to Canada, but I can ship to Canada for sure. So I shipped them. It cost me like $20, and they were getting a hold of me on, I think it was like Instagram chat or whatever, and they're like, hey, like, no, wait, how much did that cost? We'll pay you for it. And I'm like, no, like, you guys do more than enough for me, you know, like, no, absolutely not. I will not take your money. Like, I'm good. I got to give away a set of gloves. You know, it took a little bit of money to send them to Canada. That's fine by me. No big deal. And then other things, um, I've bought from them, and like I just outright, I go to their site and I buy it because, and I posted some video or some pictures and things of that, and I can't remember if they used them in like a repost on Instagram or anything, but uh, you know, we were chatting about that at one point, and I was just like, look, like at some point, like regardless of who you are, you have to like support these people, right? Like that you claim to want to support. Like even though we're YouTubers and you know everybody wants free tools and stuff, at some point you actually have to support the company. So I'm like, yeah, like I buy stuff from you guys. Like I'm not worried because I think it was they asked me if I used like at one time they asked me if I used their rewards program. I said no. They're like, oh well, you really should. I'm like, okay. Like I eventually signed up for it, and then like they were asking me if I used a promo code. I'm like, no. And they're like, why? Like you can always message us, and if we have an active promo code or get it from another creator, you can save 10%. And I'm like, no. Like I'm paying you guys the 10%. Like I'll pay you full price. Like that's not a problem. You guys are good to me. Occasionally I get some free stuff for videos or whatever, but you got to support the companies that you choose to support. That's the same as going to like your small local coffee shop rather than going to Starbucks. If you're going to overpay for coffee, overpay in the right place or pay full price in the right place, right? So it's kind of that idea, and I think more people need to do that. It's the same idea with the YouTube creators, right? And I mean, some of the smaller ones, unfortunately, the best way is to watch their videos and things. But like Brad's Workbench, I shill for him all the damn time, and that's because I believe in what he's doing. He's trying to like make something out of it. He's trying to kind of make it his job and piece together all of his income from all the things that he's doing. And that's fucking admirable, man. Like, I would love to be right there with him in that same fight. And maybe one day I will. But until then, I'm, a top tier Patreon. I donate to him whenever I can in the live chats and, all that stuff. And we talk pretty often now. So, I mean, that's always cool too. But you just got to support when you can. Oh, he told me he was firing up some of the sign making and things. I think I found that out in one of the live chats that, he could do some stuff like that with it. I was like, oh, I immediately put in an order for my Just Wrench It sign, which is also currently in storage, by the way. Or wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. Or wait. Yeah, it is. Fuck! I have to get that out of storage when I decorate for the new place. But yeah, I got the sign made, and he asked for a certain dollar amount. Let's just say, 2 digits, and I paid him 3 because, and he even said something about it. He's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Because I just, you send the money, and I just, enter in what I want to send, and he was like, "Wait, what the fuck?" And I was like, "Oh, consider it a tip, whatever. Like, this fucking sign's awesome." I could obviously tell he put some work and some thought into it. It's not like he just threw it on a CNC and I got a bare piece of wood. He handcrafted it, and all the finishing touches and stuff were there. So, yeah, I tipped him. I paid him more than he asked to be paid because you got to support these people. Same idea, tool companies and whatnot. Cobalt, I support them because they're making good stuff. And everybody was worried a while back about Cobalt. And I did my Cobalt tools, like the power tools video. and I set in there and I claimed it and I said it, and I'm not always right, but I'm more right than I am wrong in the end. So I said it then, like everybody was talking about, because Craftsman was coming in and the Cobalt sections were shrinking and stuff. They were like, oh, Cobalt's dead. Cobalt. Even the Bear was talking about that shit. And I was like, I said in my video review for the Cobalt stuff, because I was recently getting into it, you know, piece by piece. And I was like, they're not dead yet. And like in the video, wherever it is, like I go into some reasons why, and it turns out I was right. They expanded, and maybe some of the hand tools like suffered a bit, but you probably got to admit that the sales on those are not as frequent and as lucrative as the power tools. And they doubled down on the power tools. Now we have the XTR stuff, and from what I'm hearing, the stuff is phenomenal. I think the difference between the regular Impact and the XTR Impact are, for lack of a better term, minimal, because that regular one that's in storage, tier, that regular one that's in storage, that thing is a beast. I really can't say enough about it. I've hit that thing with everything that I could possibly think of. Even stuff at the salvage yard that's rusted as fuck. And it's pulled everything off that I've tried. I haven't come across anything yet that it couldn't handle. Now, that's not to say that that doesn't exist out there, but I haven't seen it. So, as far as like a normal person in normal kind of conditions here in the Rust Belt, it seems to do great. Now that I've ignored the chat, Princess, why has Amazon not been your friend lately? That's a good question. I know, I'm sure I probably know why, but I would like to hear about it. Etching on their Chrome sockets. Yeah, that shit sucks. Oh my god, I don't have my stuff here. Why do I keep saying that? It's not here. You know it's not. But the Cobalt tool cart thing that has the tool kit with it had the laser etching on it. And you might as well not even fucking put it on there. You can't see it. You can't. I have bad eyes, right? I wear glasses. But in a reasonable distance, even without my glasses, some of the words go a little blurry on the screen, but for the most part, I can see just fine in a reasonable distance. 3 to 10 feet, I can manage. But on them sockets, even with my glasses, from a few, like, I can be standing over it, I can be holding it in my hand right here, and I can't fucking, there's not enough contrast between the laser etching and the chrome, between the shiny and the matte finish to, like, really, they should have done it with a darker etching, like, I don't know, like, blackened it or something, because you can't see it. Like, it's literally, might as well not even be there. I need something to complain about. Doesn't mean I won't buy them. Yeah. No, well, it's just, it is that. Like, I hate the etching on most tools. All that laser etching. It's, unless there's some kind of contrast there, it's almost always, like, next to useless. I even had LASIK and have an issue seeing the laser etching, so don't feel bad. They're impact sockets. Yeah, if they're black or there's something there, then it's usually okay. But yeah, that's just like the Harbor Freight impact sockets. And I don't know, maybe they changed it recently, but like at least the older generation that I have that I bought a few years ago, or who knows how many years ago now. They're like it's kind of like, I'm guessing it's stamped into the socket. It's not embossed. It's the opposite. It's stamped. So, but like with the black on black, like it's still rough to kind of see that in some low light situations. Like, what would it have really took to inlay that with some white paint or something? Anything, yellow paint, something. And that's the other thing. I was bitching in BSS. Well, they were bitching, so I was bitching in BSS's live stream earlier today, and I said that Harbor Freight anymore, like right now, they're basically just painting the same fucking tools, different colors, and selling them at a higher price. Now, some of it is the tariffs from China, right? But like the carts, I get it. You know, the original was only available in red, and then they came out with 3 colors or whatever. Okay, and then all of a sudden it's 6. Then all of a sudden it was 5, and then there was white. So then there's that, and then now they're doing all the accessories for the carts, and I'm just fucking come on. All you're doing is paint shit. Like, and so now the guy that's got the red cart and the black toolbox, or, well, let's not even say black, let's say green. He's like, oh, well, shit, I gotta go buy another Harbor Freight cart because it's gonna match my toolbox. Like, they're playing on the vanity of all these mechanics, and there was that other part of the conversation they were having where they were discussing, it was BSS, Robert was in there, Built Over Bought, and who was the other guy? Son of a bitch. I'm subscribed to him. Fuck me. It's gonna kill me because it was like one of the first few times, most of his videos, he's not in front of the camera. Son of a bitch. Who was it? Well, anyhow, BSS knows. And he was there, and they were talking about how you can't be middle ground in the tool community. It's Snap-on or it's Harbor Freight and nothing else. Like, and that's, unfortunately, it's a fair fucking statement. It's either these bargain basement bullshit buyers that want all their coupons every day, or it's the guys that, frankly, in my opinion, again, my opinion, overpay for Snap-on quality or convenience to an astronomical level. I mean, you cannot tell me there aren't moderate priced comparisons that are going to function in a similar fashion. And people still break Snap-on tools all the fucking time. I broke that one of the cobalt sockets in my set when I was doing the manifold bolts on the damn Fiesta. It cracked that fucker right down the... pissed me off. And they said they'll warranty it. I haven't had the time to take it in, but they said they would. But that's why stuff like Capri, Olsa, that... I don't even think... No, they're not here either. They're in storage. Those Power Torque ratchets that I got, the really, like, the small head ones, those, those are good. I paid a lot. Client Graphics got me fucking beat on those. He got those for about half the price I did. He claimed it was a price glitch that he exploited. More power to him. But he got them for about half of what I did, but I paid $100. Oh, well, in the neighborhood of $100 for those 3 ratchets. And if those were the only 3 ratchets I had, I'd be happy. They're nice fucking ratchets. They have some contours on them that I've not seen on any other ratchets, so they're thinking outside of the box with how small the damn heads on them are. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if Chris tries to break them in a video coming up, to see how they handle. I can't imagine everything's got to be to ASME standard anyway, at minimum. So I think with a few caveats of some things not holding up as well, everything's going to hold up to, a decent standard. Even a Harbor Freight ratchet. I've said this before and I'll say it again. All my live streams are regurgitated statements over and over. Thank you for watching. But I would love to get to the point in my channel where I can go to like a dealership, like say Captain Ron, he's local. Go up there, take all his fucking Snap-on tools, give him a box full of hopefully equivalent, Harbor Freight or mid-priced options, and go, okay, you have to work with all of this for a week or whatever, and see after the end of that week how they fare. Now that's just a week, that's a small test size, but I think it would be interesting to see, like, a lot of these mechanics that just swear by paying for this screwdriver because they like the shape of the handle. Are you fucking serious? That's the one thing that I hear about the Snap-on screwdriver so much, is that tri-formed handle on the, I guess it's the one of the latest iterations of their screwdrivers. It's all, these are just, it feels so great. Like, and I'm sure it does. It's probably nice, but I'm sure there's even somebody else out there that's already tried to copy that to some degree. The quality's there. We don't all have to buy that stuff. And even if you do swear by buying the high dollar stuff because it's better in your opinion, that's fine, but don't belittle everybody else. Dude, me coming off of $500 for tools, it better fill a wheelbarrow. Like, shopping cart. Like, I better have some shit for $500. Like Century Trading Company, I think that trip ended up being about $500. I got my Milwaukee M12 kit. I got all those other odds and ends that I showed in that video. Some SK ratchets. I mean, and nice ones too. The 3/8 stubby flex head. I mean, that's a specialty ratchet, and I got that for fucking next to nothing. Literally next to nothing. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. And it's the whole, it's where you come from. In the industrial side, yes, we do still have some nice tools, but there's no emphasis on branding like there is with the mechanic side of things. And that's, I think it's solely based on the tool trucks, and it's like the diamond thing. I forget who they said it was. It was like De Beers or whatever diamond company was around at the time. They wanted to sell diamonds because at that time they were relatively worthless. And they started that whole, like, you got to spend 3 months of salary on an engagement ring to show a woman that you really care about her for marriage proposals. And it was a very convincing ad campaign that worked, and worked so well that it got ingrained into the culture. And now diamonds are fucking expensive when you buy them from the diamond manufacturer. Once you try to sell a diamond ring on this is a funny topic to be on. Once you try to sell a diamond ring after a marriage, like, almost every single jewelry store will tell you the same thing. Well, what's this worth? It's worth the price of the gold in the ring. Well, what about the diamond? Yeah, but it's worth the price of the gold. Like, wait a fucking minute. What happened to all these expensive diamonds I bought? Turns out they're not really that expensive. They're only expensive because people are willing to pay for them. On the second-hand market, they ain't worth shit. They're really not. They're pretty rocks. That's all they are. Yes, and it's formed by millions of years and hundreds of thousands of pounds of pressure, and yeah, who gives a fuck? It's a rock. And they're worth no more than anything else. They're just really pretty and clear in most cases and cut to be shiny. That's it. Matco makes some of the best boxes. I keep hearing that. I will say, while they are priced high, some of the SunX stuff, like the SunX tool carts, I haven't yet, obviously, and it probably won't happen near in the future, but SunX has some of the best carts for the features. Yes, the price is higher. You're going to fucking pay. But the SunX carts just are jam-packed with features and storage options. Why is my fucking phone going off? I'm live streaming. I don't know what that was. Some kind of notification that makes my fucking shit vibrate? I guess. But the SunX tool carts are, by and large, more original than anything else. I can't, in recent memory, think that I've seen a clone of them. And they have a lot of little extra storage features packed into them. There's a few different models. So SunX makes some of the best carts. I think they're underrated for that reason, because everybody sees the price tags. But I think on a functional standpoint, they gotta be some of the best. And there's a couple others that I've seen. Somebody makes a tool cart that's basically, it looks like it's probably slightly bigger than a 26. It's probably like a 30-inch. And maybe this is a Matco. Maybe somebody can answer this for me. It's just full drawers. There's no bottom shelf. There's no none of that. There's big drawers at the bottom. But it's just literally all shelves. I want to say that's a Matco. And I think that that's an underrated tool cart. But again, because it's got that extra space and functionality, you're going to pay more. You know, those things are out there. Harbor Freight got lucky. They got lucky. They're offering, I have one at work. I have the U.S. General 5-drawer tool cart with a SunX side tray that I've attached to it. And it's not a bad tool cart. It's not horrible. But it's not that fucking great either. The build quality sucks. It's bolted together in like the cheapest way possible. Now, I'm not saying that like the Blue Point cart of a similar nature. I think who is that guy? Real Tool Reviews or something. The big channel that stopped posting stuff. That guy, he did a video a while back with the U.S. General versus like a Blue Point, and you know, saw how long it would take to put it together and all this. And the Blue Point comes like a little more assembled, for lack of a better term, and some things. But the Blue Point's like 4 times as much as the Harbor Freight cart. So yes, like functionally, they're gonna do most of the same stuff. The quality is gonna be better on the Blue Point. The ease of putting it together is gonna be a little easier, but everybody trades. It's a bunch of fucking cheap asses, and I'm one of them. So like, I can't like bitch too much. But at least if you're gonna be a cheap ass, like realize that that's what you're doing, and like stay in your lane. You know, it's not the best thing in the world at all. It's really not. It's just the lowest cost, highest quality option out there. There are carts out there that are cheaper, than the Harbor Freight cart. But people don't want them because of the features or the build quality or for whatever reason. You know, they can pay another $50 and get a Harbor Freight cart, whatever. But, I mean, that's just it. They just hit that sweet spot between functionality and quality at a low price. That's it. And now they're exploiting that by painting them all different kinds of colors. Um, what was that? I've thought about this. I've really thought about this, and it would be way, way too expensive. But there's a Volkswagen Golf. Is it a Harlequin? Is that what I'm thinking? Or y'all are car people. Is it a Harlequin? Is that what it's called? The VW Golf. I think it was a Golf that got. There was like so many of them they made with like different colored body panels and doors and like intentionally just piece these cars together with different colored panels and shit. And I want to say there was a Harlequin, and it was like a special run of these cars, and they're like very highly sought after. I will hold on. Let me look, cause now I'm fucking. I'll hold on. Let me get you guys over here. Desktop transition. Da 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 da. I think it's a VW Golf. My buddy is like really big into the imports, and he talked about it a few years back and told me about it. I had no idea. VW. Yep, VW Golf. Harlequin VW Golf. Here we go. This is the ugly fucker. Okay? So this is the Harlequin VW Golf. They took, in this case, a red body, the teal door, the yellow door, blue fenders, yellow bumper, teal hood, teal rear bumper, and the other side's the same. And then you can see that people have mimicked this on, it's become like, what do they call that? Like a, God, what's the word? It's like cult, classic cult following. So it's become like a thing, right? Like you can see this guy did this one, and he even did like the wheels, and these are like, they're doing it right in most cases. This one looks a little off on the colors, but they're actually getting like the right paint codes and stuff and doing the proper colors. This is a Harlequin, and I thought about, let me get back to the, I don't want to close it, I just want to bring it down. So I thought about getting a bunch of, oh, son of a bitch. Thought about getting a bunch of the Harbor Freight carts together and making a Harlequin Harbor Freight tool cart. You know, and I think that would do really good. Actually, I'm not going to throw you guys back there. Let me see if I can just do a Google search. Harlequin Harbor Freight tool cart. For freight tool cart. I bet there's none. And here's my $1 million, well, not million, but here's my million fucking view video idea, is buy 5 of these fucking carts, and then, oh yeah, look, there's a Sun X. Maybe that was what I was talking about. Here, let me get you guys back here, and I'll show you this while I was looking at it. No, to answer my own question, no, nobody has, from what I can tell in the Google search, done a Harlequin Harbor Freight tool cart. But the VW guys would fucking flip over it. I could sell that shit for lots of money. And if you buy, say I buy 4 of them for the colors or whatever, you're not going to have the teal, so it's, I'd either have to get it painted or something, but it'd be pretty close. The VW guys would go nuts for that. But check this out. I think I got you guys transferred over. You see this Sunex cart? Look at that. Drawers all the way down with the flip-top lid, screwdriver storage on the side, and you get a pretty girl and a piston. This is their pinup section of their carts. You can get them normal. Princess Jamie could get some dude there holding a wrench or something. But yeah, it's just under $800, and this is on Summit, so you could probably get it a little cheaper elsewhere. But look at that fucking tool cart. That's way better than any fucking Harbor Freight tool cart out there. Like, I mean, hands down. But nobody wants to pay $800 for a tool cart. So, they don't. And you don't hear a lot about those because everybody's a bunch of cheap asses and then passes that down like Harbor Freight. I'll tell you, the one I got, it's good. It's alright. It's fine. But the drawers are kind of like janky pieces of shit from time to time. And rolling that fucking thing around, I don't like, okay, I'll say this. I don't like the casters. And if I had better casters, I'd probably feel better about it. But I don't like the 4 independent swivel wheels on a cart. And I don't like what's going on with the Harbor Freight casters on the base model that I have. So, I don't know what the reconciliation for that would be. Maybe new casters. But it's not all what it's cracked up to be. It's a janky piece of shit. And the fact that you can't open the drawers without the lid being open pisses me off every single fucking day. And even though it has that feature, there's still the little finger fuck slide drawer lock thing. Man, you better get up out of my face with this bullshit. One lock, not one lock, but 2? Why are we locking drawers twice? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. If I have the top shut, the drawers can't open. Why do I need the finger fucking locks? And then to make matters worse, their cheap asses riveted them in place. So I would have to drill them out if I want to take them off. And I haven't done that yet because I've not been that excited about trying to fix it. But like, for instance, the toolbox that's not here anymore has similar finger fuck slide drawer locks, and there's actually a little Allen screw that holds those onto the box. So I have not yet removed those either, because here it's not nearly as big a problem, but they're easy to take off and even put back on if I wanted to put them back on if I was ever going to resell it or something like that. But the Harbor Freight ones are riveted in place because they wanted to save 2 cents over a screw. Like, fuck you. Oh, this live stream has devolved into a bunch of profanity and Harbor Freight bashing. I just wish, like I was saying earlier. Oh, Brandon's heading out. All right, thank you for hanging out, sir. I do appreciate it. Thank you for keeping the chat alive. I just wish, yeah, like Brandon and everybody was saying in his live stream earlier, that there was a little more acceptance for the middle ground. I think, especially when it comes to some of those specialty tools, and I'm not talking like mechanics necessarily specialty tools, but yes, more automotive related, AC setups and, you know, lower control arm kits, you know, the pullers and things. On a lot of these things, these brand names don't matter. A Harbor Freight 3-jaw puller is going to do just about as well as any other one, assuming that that puller is going to fit the need that you're looking for. Most of these tools don't need to be high dollar options for the sake of having a brand name. I just, I don't get it. You cannot pull the drawers out. Oh, fuck. Really, Dano? You can't pull. I guess I've never tried. Is that why they come in that whole top unit, and you can't pull them out of the slides? Well, there goes my fucking Harlequin box idea. I have to dismantle things just to do it, and it sounds like I wouldn't be able to put them back together. Matt Rose Harbor Freight. Well, and I did that a while back. I did that coupon games video. I think I called it coupon. Tired of the coupon games or something. I was bitching about Harbor Freight's coupons, and the funny thing is, I think here's my thing, and this is my ego getting in the way. What little I have, but I secretly think they're watching my shit. I know they're probably watching my shit. They're probably on here right now. But thanks, Mark. Yeah, a little bit. But I did that coupon video bitching about the coupon games, the different prices for different regions, and somewhere out there's a coupon that gets you the exact lowest price on the 5-drawer tool cart or whatever have you. But in other regions, it's $20 more or whatever. The coupon is $20 more than the other coupon, like that whole coupon game. And I bitched about it in my, shit, I don't even know what video that was. The Inside Track Club video. I bitched about the Inside Track Club members should not have to do coupons and just get the best price. Well, fast forward, and some of that has become true. I know they're watching my channel because they, over the Bauer debacle, where I bitched about them and their Bauer line, they pulled the stuff off the website at that time, and then they've recently put it back up, but the Bauer stuff's not there, and they changed the molding. If you watched my video where I tore that and the other drill apart to see if they had the same internals, they did, and they just changed the outer molding. I firmly believe that's because of my video saying that they were a carbon copy of the Master Mechanic and the Lou tool, and there was another one that they were just a literal rebranded carbon copy of, a 5-year-old design that was probably half-assed when it was made. So I know they're watching my channel. And so then I made the stuff about the coupons, and then lo and behold, about a year later, they're fixing and revamping all the Inside Track Club stuff not to use coupons. Maybe I'm doing them a favor. Maybe I'm actually helping them the fuck out. So I guess if everybody benefits from it, I don't really care. It'd be nice to get some credit. But now Inside Track Club members don't have to scan coupons at all. And that was exactly, and to my knowledge, there's nobody that said that shit before me. They might have, touched on it or this and that, maybe to a degree, but I don't remember anybody going in hard like that and literally, throwing it out there saying, I don't want to scan coupons. Just fucking ring it up at the register, or just, I don't want to have to do that. If I'm an Inside Track Club member, I just want that price. And that's what they did. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a love-hate relationship. I still go there a lot. I still shop there, when I need stuff. It's a good store for sure, depending on what you're looking for. But, yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous to the point to where everyone has to defend their molehill and claim that everybody else's is smaller, or that they're stupid for being on it, like the Snap-on molehill. And there needs to be more middle ground. We need to open it back up like it used to be, where there were hundreds and hundreds of tool companies in the United States making tools. And now we only have a handful, and even some of those handful are outsourcing their manufacturing to other companies. I mean, I think it's coming slowly back, but Craftsman, I hear, is building a plant in Texas, and they're manufacturing some hand tools there now, if it's operational yet. So, I mean, I think people are getting the picture. After all the China tariffs and things jacked up prices, profit margins start suffering and everybody starts rethinking their outsourcing to other companies or other countries. But yeah, I mean, just if whatever you like is what you like, if it works for you, it works for you. Now, don't go out and say everything's, awesome. I've broken, who was it? AVE just did a video, and I guess some people were, I watched like the first 5 seconds of it and didn't have the attention span, so I clicked off. But apparently, from what I gathered, he was talking about a friend of his, Stanley socket set or something, and how it was garbage and broke on him or something to that effect. And then I saw somebody else's video, one of our guys, the small people, and they did a video kind of rebutting that a little bit, saying like, oh no, they have Stanley stuff and it's been fine, and obviously dude must have misused it, which I kind of agree to. I broke one of my Stanley ratchets, but I had a cheater pipe on that thing and I was trying to loosen lug nuts on a minivan that I had at the time, and so I broke the pawl off of it, just like you would expect. And I got that fixed, and the anvil. Sorry, the anvil. I broke the anvil off of it, and I got that fixed. I welded it back together, ground it down until sockets fit back on it. The quick release even still fucking worked. Like, and I still have that. Obviously, it's in storage, but I still have it. It's missing some pieces. I still have the 10 millimeters. They are still there. I forget what I'm missing. I think at 13 and some other odds and ends that I've just dropped along the way. But that set is literally 10 years old. And yes, I had to weld it back together because I'm a dumbass and misused it. But even then, I welded it back together and it's still working. If you use a tool correctly, and that's one of the other things that we're taught in industrial maintenance, or at least any teachers and instructors, trainers worth their salt is going to be like, take the time, go get the right tool, come back, and it's not like, that's not some bullshit saying like a lot of the mechanics seem to be on. It's real. Like, that's what industrial's all about. Like, you're not going to use a fucking pipe wrench on something if you have the right size adjustable wrench, being like a 2 or 3 footer. If you have the flat adjustable wrench, you're going to use that on it before you mar up that fitting with a pipe wrench, right? Now, when you run into problem and you can't get it loose and yada yada yada, yeah, then bust out the pipe wrench and a hammer, whatever you got to do to make it work at that point. But you try to use the right tool first, and that's, in all honesty, there should be there's your next $1 million idea. You're going to hear it first from me, Matt at Just Wrench It. Here's the next $1 million idea. We said last live stream it was an impact that would torque things down to spec, to like a specified setting. It would probably be electric, right? So that was our other $1 million idea, which I think we talked about the Milwaukee One Key, and I looked into it a little more, and it's not quite there. It's on the verge, but it's not quite there. But here's your next idea. A ratchet that locks to be a breaker bar. Right? Hear me out on this. A ratchet, regular ratchet, that locks. You got your selector switch. There would be a middle position or something to that effect, another button or something to press that would lock multiple pawls on that gear, and you would be able to use it as a breaker to break something loose without stripping out all the gears. And then when you wanted to go back to ratchet, you just flip that switch or unpress that button or whatever have you, and then go back to your ratcheting. There's your next $1 million idea. You heard it here first. That's the next thing that's going to get some tool company, their big break, or it's going to be the next thing that revolutionizes the hand tools. That right there is a good idea for anybody. And that would be the thing. That's why nobody uses breaker bars that often, because chances are they're already in the engine bay, they already have a ratchet, and they use that. Alright guys, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. All right. Wait, what was this? Mark says, come on, people, viewers are going down. Yeah, that's okay, Mark. It's already 10:30 here on the East Coast. I will say this, though. I opened the door and I think it dropped like 5 degrees in here. It's cold in here, but it's sure as fuck colder outside. You just made me spit my beer out. Always wipe your face with a dirty shop towel. Call it the Bratchet Bar? that's a good idea. No, but seriously, would that not be... That's the next logical step, right? Everybody's always complaining that they're breaking ratchets, right? Because they're using them on applications where there's too much torque for the ratchet. It's possible to break a ratchet by hand. It is possible. It's not likely. More likely that it'll start skipping teeth or something. But, yeah. So hold on. What's that, Zaphael? Most companies you send tool ideas to. Okay. Most companies you send tool ideas to will refuse delivery and have a legal reply that they are not reviewing or accepting it. Yeah. Because then when they come out with something that's really similar, they have what's called plausible deniability. Now, I could go on Fiverr and pay some engineer in another country a bunch of money to design that for me. You can do that. Probably pay more than it's worth. I will say I did send my flare nut wrench idea from my flare nut wrench video. I did send that to a tool company. Now, I don't think they're doing anything about it, but I sent it to them and I told them they could use it. Yeah, you can shear off an anvil by hand. It's possible. It's extremely possible the minute you put any kind of pipe or other implement on the end of the ratchet, for sure, right? And like I said, back to the other thing. That's the whole difference with industrial maintenance. Is you're really taught to like use the right tool. I will say the other day, this fucked up are they PHZ? I don't have any tools here to check. The weird Phillips with like the other offset diamond groove in the middle of the tines. Like it's to my knowledge, it's like a Japanese variant on the Phillips, or something. I ran into that for the first time the other day on something. I was like, what? What the fuck? Like, why is the Phillips 2 not fit? It was one of those, and then I really looked at the fastener and saw those extra grooves. And I was like, holy shit, is this really the first fastener I've come across that actually accepts these bits? And sure fucking enough, it was. And you know what? I was real happy because 5 happy viewers later, if I can find it, I'm going to see if I can find it, and I'll pull you guys over if I do. Is it here? Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. So I'm going to bring you guys over, and I'm going to show you this. Back to the stream. And switch to the desktop view. Transition, go over. Okay, so I bought this Work Pro drill bit set for work. And while it's still not super comprehensive, it's like the homeowner kit on steroids, or, you know, whatever. Like, somebody like Neil, apartment maintenance or anything like that, something like this would do literally just about everything they would need. It would be safe to say they could carry this and pretty much accomplish anything they need to do. It's got masonry bits in there that go up to a pretty decent size. They're not the super long ones for like lag bolts and stuff, but they work. It's got all your regular bits, your wood bits, your steel bits. It's got a ton of different sizes of those. It's got the hex shank bits, a few of those, nut drivers, every kind of fastener. If you look up there in the center, I'll see if I can make this bigger for you guys. Right up in here is all the bits. It's got literally every fucking bit known to man. And this is what saved me from that weird Japanese Phillips, whatever the fuck, bit that most of the kits just didn't seem to have, like my DeWalt kits. I even have a small Greenlee kit that didn't have it either. And finally I said, fuck it, and I pulled this out, and sure enough, yeah, it's in there. And it's $80, so it's kind of expensive. But if you were to try to buy all this stuff separately, you'd spend more money. It's got some of the long bits for drill drivers and quarter-inch impacts and things. It's got hole saws. It's got the long spade bits. Some of them, of the smaller ones, it's got the big, normal size, short spade bits. I mean, it's a pretty comprehensive kit, in all honesty. And it folds up in this case. It's actually pretty small. It's like a quad fold. This goes onto that, like sandwich clamshell kind of idea. But it's a good kit. Are they the best quality drill bits out there? No. But if you're looking for something that you can carry around and do pretty much anything you come across, this is going to be the thing for you. I mean, and I got it there, and I find myself pulling this out more than I go to some of the other stuff now. It's just stuff like that. Like, cheap Chinese stuff, to a degree, has its place, right? It's not all bad. And WorkPro, I mean, everybody knows, a lot of us in the tool community know that, you know, WorkPro's a decent company. They try, they're around the YouTube tool community here and there in live streams and stuff. And generally, I have not seen any really bad complaints. They had those ratcheting wrenches a while back that had like a matte finish, and then like the actual rings for the ratcheting mechanism were gold. If you guys remember those, they're the flex heads. They got roasted a little bit on that because like they wear like really easy. All of that wears off of them. Obviously, they tried to do something a little different. They tried to pop some color into your life. But other than that, I didn't hear anybody say that the wrench wasn't functional. That was like the worst complaint I think I heard, and that was from like Everyday Fleet Tech. But they're not bad wrenches. So like the cheap Chinese stuff has a place. You know, it's just most people don't want to talk about it. Shit, my little 13 millimeter Wish ratcheting wrench, that thing is going on, obviously, it hasn't seen like super heavy use. It's going on like maybe almost 6 years or something at this point. And yeah, definitely 5, working on 6. And I do use it quite often because I like those ratcheting wrenches that do not have a selector. I feel that they're stronger. I just do. $80 does seem pricey for that, but you get a lot in a kit. It's a big fucking kit. And I can't say that that's probably like the normal price. That's not any sale prices or anything. I don't know that we'd ever see it half off, but at work I'm not spending my money. I'm spending Uncle Jeff's money. So while I'm still being conscious and making, you know, economic decisions adequately, you know, I bought the cheap Chinese set, and I've used the masonry bits. I've used most of the other, few of the drill bits and things. Not come into any real problems with the quality of them or the functionality. They're no worse than, you know, stuff you'd find at Harbor Freight. Probably even like a step up. Like the steel drill bits haven't gone dull on me yet. Now that's me. Once the other guys start pulling them out and drilling stuff with them, I make no guarantees. With those guys, we had a nice set of high-speed drill bits. I don't even know the brand, but a nice set. Little, you know, metal box, like, ordered from Granger. A good set. A comprehensive set with all the sizes. Standard. And I pulled one out to do something one day. And it was one of the more used bits. And they weren't that old. I mean, they really weren't. And I couldn't drill through shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this, is it the drill bit? Like, already it's fucked? Like, what the hell? So I went, like, the next size down just to see how it would function. And it tore literally right through what I was trying to drill. And then, of course, I got the other drill bit out and widened the hole to the proper size. But they had already burnt up that drill bit. And I don't know what they were drilling. We don't do that much that's that heavy there, so couldn't have been anything too crazy. But yeah, they burned it up. Probably running it on speed 2 or 3 on the hammer drill. I'm waiting for, yeah, you always drill at slow speed. And if you're in a heavy application for drilling, like a lot of medium to drill through or any of that, you use lube. You always use lube. Like, what I don't understand these people. I see people, even in my old industrial job in manufacturing, I would see guys just go into town on high speed with these bits on whatever they're trying to drill through, a half-inch steel plate or who fucking knows what. And I'm like, I don't want it to take all day. It's not about taking all day. You're going to fuck up that drill bit and you're going to have to go get another one. Like, and they would. We were going through drill bits there like they were going out of style. We had, like, the people would stock our stuff every week, and, like, all of the common sizes, they'd put, like, 10 to 15 in there every week. And just people would burn through them. And oh, this is dull. This is dull. Like, yeah, because you're an idiot. Drill slow. You don't see, like, many drill presses that are spinning at, like, 3,000 RPM. Not many. I'm not saying they're not out there, but not many. Like, it's pretty reasonable. There's a reason why they spin slow, because it's supposed to. They do have a high speed, but that's not even near what the drills do. Now, if you're drilling wood and stuff like that, it's nowhere near as bad. But once you're drilling metal, you're just going to tear shit up. Solid 5 viewers. Yeah, and that's good. Wednesdays, I'm working on the live stream, and I do pretty good. I usually peak at around 10 or 11 at some point, and then it drops down like this to a few diehard people with no lives like me that don't have anything to do. Zaphael is, been here since really, like, close to the beginning. I mean, I was very small when I first started seeing Zaphael around. I think the hat goes out to Dan McKevitt. If I had to guess, he's the one that I remember seeing. Like, I'm thinking literally like 25 subs. Like, I was real small, and Dan was watching my stuff, and I thought that was cool. And he's, obviously been around. He doesn't come around as much anymore. I'm sure he still watches stuff. He doesn't comment on everything, but he's still around. And that kind of stuff is important, Because one day, if I ever do blow up, I'm going to ignore everybody else and just talk to you guys. I don't know. I don't know who you are. You ain't got a blue wrench. Mark doesn't have a blue wrench. Holy fuck. Hold on. I gotta fix that. I'm gonna go over to the YouTubes and give Mark a blue wrench. I hate that Streamlabs doesn't... Okay, hold on. I gotta turn this off. There we go. Bagel Dan. Yes, sir. Bagel Dan. Add moderator. Okay, Mark's the moderator. Zaphael. Princess Jamie hasn't commented in a minute, but there we go. I found one. Add moderator. Think that's everybody. Mark and Princess Jamie. Yeah, gotta give them blue wrenches. So, and that's one day. when I actually make something of this, then that's how I will distinguish the people that I definitely need to care about what they say versus as if I care now. I barely read the chat. I'm a horrible live streamer. I go on rants about paint colors and cars with different colored body panels and bitch about Snap-on every week, even though I hardly ever buy any. Oh, and that's the other thing. Obviously, I have some other personal stuff that's fucked up, but I could not get the wrench video that I wanted out of the bulletproof wrenches, where I would put them downrange and fire rounds at them to see how they fared versus like a Snap-on or a lower cost Stanley or whatever. I could not make that video happen because of firing ranges and different things. Like, you would think being out in the country I could just call up one of my buddies. It's super secret. I don't have a lot of friends. Not that I hang out with. I have friends. I don't talk to them super often. I work, I come home, I do the kids thing, I do whatever else is going on, the YouTube thing, car work, whatever. Life, gets in the way. Plus, I'm up here in the BFE. My best friend lives 45 minutes away from me, at least. So, that makes it difficult to hang out. Plus, we're both busy people. He travels for work. I was traveling a lot for work. There'll be a lot less of that traveling for work now because I'll be on my own with my daughter and my son every other weekend. And so I won't be able to travel as much because I have to be home every day for my daughter. Maybe a little bit, like a few day trips or something like that, but nothing major like I was doing. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt as much as you would think professionally, but it still kind of sucks. But yeah, so I don't have like a lot of buddies. I know people with land, but just trying to coordinate and everything. I looked into a few things. I was trying some things. Couldn't make any of it happen in a reasonable amount of time. So I never got to shoot the wrench. I mean, I still have them. Maybe one day. But that reminds me, I need to check in on Travis, who makes the bulletproof wrenches, because, I mean, number one, I just genuinely want to make sure that he's doing all right. But, I mean, he does other stuff too. That's not his sole income or anything. But, like, I know there's been a lot of interest, and I talked to him about doing a giveaway, and we kind of spoke on it, and he was all for it, but he goes, like, I'm not going, like, too hard on anything now. Like, I'm not rushed to, like, get these licensed by some tool company or anything like that. He's like, I'm just kind of doing it. He really made them for himself and his buddies. One of his main friends is a helicopter mechanic and in the military, and complained about the fitment of the wrenches that he had, having slop and rounding off fasteners and whatnot. So that was part of where the idea came from between that gentleman and himself, wanting wrenches with tighter tolerances. So that's where some of the idea came from. But he's not in a rush to, like, push him out. But maybe once things calm down, I'll get a hold of him. We'll see if we can't give a set of them away as a promotion, just to kind of, like, stir up some more interest. Jamie says, I'm not an average girl. No one special appreciates, or I'm just an average girl. No one special appreciate the wrench. No, 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 no. Anyone who stops by this horrible live stream often deserves a wrench at the very least. It's the least I can do. Uh, because yeah, I mean I've seen a lot of the live stream styles, right? You have the comment readers, and I'm not an expert the way in the tool talk, the way like a lot of you guys are. Like, some of these people can just yammer on about every little detail of this person's impact driver, and oh, the M12 uh, ratchet rotates at this speed. Like, I know some of that stuff. I don't know all of it. So I can't do the tool talk like that fucking much in detail. And like, I don't really want to be a comment reader. Like, I try to engage the chat every so often, but that's one of the reasons why my live streams seem more like rant videos than, or whatever current topic we happen to be on, because, like, I don't want to be one of those. And then I've seen them, like, fucking Heavy Wrench will, like, he's, and I'm not dogging the comment readers, they're still interesting. I watch plenty of them. And, if you have that ability to do the tool talk and carry the conversation the way it does, then that's fine. But, like, I've seen him get, like, fucking behind on comments and, like, trying to read them and keep up. And, I mean, I'm sure I have the attention span, but, like, fuck. I can't keep up on all that. And plus, when you do get onto a topic and you start talking about it, I think that's where I really lose it, is you can't really stay on topic and read the chat, so you have like a couple minute rant about whatever topic maybe even came up in the chat, and then all of a sudden you're like 400 comments behind. And this is with 5, 7, 10 people in my chats. If I had like 30 in here, no fucking way I'd be able to keep up. We're going to talk about whatever I cherry pick and try to stay on topic, and that's about it. So, it is still the greatest Wednesday live stream that there is, because nobody else is dumb enough to stream on Wednesdays. The only thing worse, I think, could be like a Monday night live stream, and that'd just be everybody pissed because they're back to work, chances are. Princess Jamie says, at Amos, especially after today when I was inspecting some old farm equipment for a potential project and got hydraulic oil on my LOL. The princess came out dead. On what? Whoa. I'm not hiding the label, Zaphiel. It's like reflective. It's come back a little bit. There we go. It's a Stella Artois limited edition midnight lager, and it's actually really good. Yep, I'm gonna start giving myself all kinds of awards. Mark, best stream out of Troy, Ohio, best Wednesday stream, best Harbor Freight rant stream. Maybe that's what I should call it next time. I get a shit ton of views, right? Going by the YouTube algorithm. Oh, that reminds me. I want to show you guys something. The few people that are in here, some of you have channels. It is kind of, I thought, interesting. Get back here. Oh, look, I'm watching my own shit. There's not even that many people watching me. Oh, cry. Wait, it's over here. YouTube stuff, analytics. Okay, so I want to show you guys what it looks like when YouTube decides to push your fucking video out for no reason. So, probably because they sell ad revenue, right? And ad revenue is up and your video is good, so they push you out. So here is a video that I did called B is for Bullshit. If you haven't watched this video, the guy has a huge channel, millions of subscribers, and he builds cars. And he was building a Gone in 60 Seconds GT 500 Shelby Mustang. But specifically, he was building the quote-unquote Eleanor from the movie. And in hindsight, his apparent mistake was actually referring to it as Eleanor, because Eleanor is a trademark name by some bitch called Danielle Halecki or some shit. And yeah, this bitch even sued Carroll Shelby and won. So she's a hateful bitch. So, but anyway, aside from that, so I made this video after they took his shit. They came, they took his car, they made him take all the videos down, all this shit. Like, took the fucking car. Because it's trademarked. I guess he probably had an option of giving up all of the revenue that he had made off using the name or turning over the car. He chose to turn over the car, or at least that's how the story goes. Anyhow, so I made this video. You can see here, I was late to the party. I was a couple of weeks late. I was watching the build periodically, and it got to a point where it was, kind of in the mid of the build, and I just kind of stopped watching. And then I found out later about the situation. So then I shot my video a little late. But yeah, I shot it a little late. So I didn't get like some huge bump or anything because it was kind of old news at the time. But you can see I'd still occasionally, because of the really good thumbnail here, you see the B is for giant bullshit, and the Mustang picture. That's literally one of my best thumbnails, and the giant cuss word helps a lot and somehow did not yet get me demonetized. So it struggled along, a few views here and there, nothing too crazy. And then here around the time, hey, hello, listen. The time I got monetized, if you guys remember, I said I got monetized on August 10th. Here's August 9th. Here's August 10th, 11th. You can see the bump going up because they were making money off of it, right? And so then it's still climbing. I'm going to go ahead and reach out and say it's at pretty much the same rate or a similar rate, maybe a little better. And it started getting a few thousand views, but at this point it's old news. I don't expect anything crazy. And then all of a sudden last week, it just had this huge uptick from 2,000, say, 400 views to 3,700 views. And so the interesting thing here is, if you look at that right there, there's a plateau. And you can look here at my real-time data. And this is all the tail end of that rise. And then here is the fall. The advertisement revenue, for whatever reason, has dried up. And they're obviously not pushing out the video anymore because it's back to getting a few marginal views, here and there. If I click see more on this, it still only goes back 48 hours. But yeah, like, it was getting hundreds of views like a day. It became, for this short period here last week to like this week, it became my best video. It was getting like 400 views a day, which for me is really good. I noticed the uptick. I noticed the boost in revenue and went looking to try to figure out which video was doing so well, and this is what I found. There was an ad spike. Basically, they could sell. I have a good click-through rate. If you look here, because of the cuss word and the quality-looking thumbnail, it bounces around, but it's starting to kind of level out. Obviously, now the click-throughs way down because they're not pushing it out. But it has like a 12, anywhere between 12 and like 20% click-through rate, which is great. Like anything over about 8 to 10 is amazing. So like 20, 25%, I think early on it had like 50, 30. Yeah, I think they're calling it 33 now. I could have swore I had a day at like 50. But yeah, so it's kind of leveled out a little bit, but the click-through rate's really good. And they had some ads that wanted to sell on car stuff or whatever. So they chose my video to throw it out on. And so then I got, and then literally before this, if you go to revenue, before that spike, I had made like $4 on this video the entire time, right? And so then now I've already doubled that after their little boost, and I'm up to $10.50. Just, I mean, you look at that. Look at the revenue increase right there. So, I mean, that's huge. That's way more. I wasn't monetized. This is that first point where I got monetized. I started getting a little few pennies here and there. But then this last little view bump over this last week got me literally almost everything that I've gotten for this video in one go. And now it seems like, based on the real-time analytics, that they've stopped pushing it, and I'm back to, a few views a day, maybe 25 or 50 if I'm lucky. So it's not bad, but I wanted to show you guys that, the few of you that do have channels, to see. Oh, son of a bitch! I didn't switch it, motherfucker. Okay, god damn it. Why did... Well, I guess you guys could say something, but I can't see the chat. Okay, I'll do the very short version this time. So, down here, analytics. You'll see the graphs. God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still figuring out all this, and if I was somewhere with better stuff, I would be able to show you. Okay, so here we go. The short version, this is when I got monetized. That's when they really started pushing it. This is view count. And then here is the rise in views that they decided to do. And then here, off to the side, is the real time. And as you can see, they have stopped putting the video out. This is the revenue tab. That's where I got monetized. They started kind of pushing it out. I started making some pennies. And then here was the big jump from like $4 to $10.50. And then, of course, like I said, they stopped pushing it out, so it's going to drop, kind of plateau again from there. The reach for the click-through rate, just so you guys can see what I was talking about there. A bunch of spikes, really good thumbnail. And then it's starting to kind of level out, but it still has days where it's at 25, 30% click-through rate, which means if they put it in front of somebody, chances are, of course, they're going to click on it. And it's only a 5-minute video. Most people have a pretty good watch retention on it. So it does really well. So it seems like when advertisements come up for this kind of thing, maybe this will be like a go-to kind of video for them to throw out in front of people to try to help them help me kind of situation. So, yeah, that is what that is. Sorry that I fucked that up and that I didn't give you guys the actual long form, but you get the idea. So, that's what it looks like when one of your videos all of a sudden starts doing That's mildly abnormally well. I forget. I think it. I think it was my Ryobi Tools uh, best free tool video for the 1/4 inch hex impact the Quiet Strike. I think that one, like, you get a little notification, and then when you go to your analytics page, there's a big banner at the top that basically tells you that one of your videos is like way outperforming what's normal for your channel. And so, like, you can kind of see those are like the really big leaps, because that video did like 3,000 views in like wait, you still couldn't see it the second time? What the fuck? No, yeah, you could. I fixed it. But yeah, so that's what it looks like when they start pumping out your video for ad purposes. Like, there was obviously the revenue was up at that time, and they had ads to sell, and my video, they knew, because here's the thing, they sell ads, right? But they're based on if people watch them, right? So they could select, well, select's a strong word. I don't know how they do it. But let's just say they're like, okay, autos or tools or whatever. They're like, okay, so we're going to throw a bunch of these tool videos out. My idea in my head is that they're like, let's throw them out on these videos. Or I'm sure there's like some small randomness to the ads. Like, that doesn't mean small creators aren't going to get them at all. They might get less. Obviously, the videos that people watch more and are more likely to click on are going to get more ad revenue, right? Because they want people to watch it. They could sell all the ad revenue they want to these advertisers, but if people aren't clicking on the videos, they're never going to see the ads, right? So if your video is selected for ads, but you're not having a good click-through rate, then over a period of time, they might not select you as much in the near future, or at least that video. You get what I'm saying? They need people to click on your video. So that video, I think, fits most of the criteria. It's a medium-length video. It's got pretty good watch time. It's got a really good click-through rate. So I think, like, it seems like when ad revenue comes around, then I'm trying to read comments. But then, you know, it seems like maybe they'll push out to that video a little more, hopefully. We'll see. But those are the spikes. That's not a viral spike. That's like a normal ad revenue based spike, but like a viral spike would be, you know, off the charts. So it's definitely not that, but that just goes to show you what it looks like. You can see it the second time. That had to be an old comment from Mark. I'll go to the channel right away just to say, yo, even if I can't watch it at the moment. Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And that actually helps a lot, I think, because it separates the amount of clicks you get from notifications. And mine, for notifications, I haven't found that sweet spot, that time to post or whatever have you. This fucking heater is doing nothing. Nothing. I'm freezing my balls off out here. This is ridiculous. But, yeah, it does separate the notifications from other, like, here's what I've learned. Okay, so let's say Princess Jamie makes an awesome video, and it comes through on your phone because you're a subscriber and you have some form of notifications on. And it says, Princess Jamie uploaded a video, how to destroy your Jeep in 10 seconds. And you want to click on that video, but you're at work. Or you want to click on that video, but you're driving at the time. Or whatever. You get the notification. This is very important. If you want to help out those creators, right, these subscriptions that you have, if you want to help them out, don't dismiss the notification. Because on your phone, when you swipe that notification away, even if you go back to their channel or whatever, YouTube, and find the video and watch it, it doesn't count as that notification view, right? So like mine, one of my recent videos, just for instance, had like it sent out, I don't know how many, I forget, but it sent out so many notifications, I got like 2% of people clicked on the notification. That's the notification that shows up on your phone. When you swipe it away, it's gone forever. So if you want to help out the creators, and I do this when I consciously think about it, or it's something that I genuinely want to watch, I'll leave the notification up. And that's also kind of a reminder that the next time I have a moment and I look at my phone, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, shit, I want to watch this video. So then I click on the notification, it brings me to the video, and that creator, I don't know how much more that matters over like going and finding the video and watching it, but somehow I think it's got to be sort of more important because it's separate, right? Like, if you're a creator and every time you upload a video, let's just say you have 5,000 subscribers and you have 4,000 of them watching your video on notifications, it's going to push them out to those people and maybe even some other people more, because they're like, hey, when we show people that this guy uploaded a video, people are clicking on it and watching it, which is what they want. So they want to see that. Was there? I don't watch sports, Mark. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for life in general, but I definitely don't have time for sports. No, I didn't watch a Browns game Monday night. Did they lose? Because they should have lost. They're like the most losingest team in the history of losing teams. Last I checked. Anyway. They got rid of that that quarterback kid, right? That cocky guy. Didn't he do something? Did he like hurt some hooker or something? What is it? Manziel? Johnny Football or something they called him. I try to keep up. I really don't. I just hear people talking and I can't get away from it. Yeah, they got rid of that guy, I think. Something happened to him. He got taken out of football. It is fucking cold in here. These electric heaters, man, they really don't do anything compared to those propane. I mean, obviously, but I was hopeful. We are 3 hours in. This thing has been out here running for a solid almost 4 hours. And there I am kicking shit. It's been out here running for like literally a solid 4 hours, and it's raised this thing like 5 degrees. The volume went soft. I'll step up or I'll yell. I haven't done anything. The microphone's still in the same place. Yeah, you try to watch them later on the videos. You try to watch them later. You try to do what you can. But that's one small thing that helps out the creators, the videos. in some small fashion. A lot of what YouTube does is shrouded in secrecy, right? But at the heart of it all, it's really very simple. And I don't follow my own rules, but it's all about watch time and click-through rate. If you can get people to click, you can get people to watch, that's it. They almost don't give a fuck about anything else. If you can fulfill those two things, yes, Austin, I'm still on, at least for a little while. Couple of bathroom breaks. Still got one unopened beer. I don't know if I'll make it to that one, but we'll see. #1 Wednesday live stream. Got to give people their money's worth. So it's very helpful to do those things to really anybody. So, but notifications are a bitch because even all notifications does not always mean all notifications. And let me explain what I mean by that. So I got these anime kids. It's a couple. They do meme reviews and stuff. It's a decent channel. They got, I think they just crossed 1 million. They both stream. They do some other stuff. But anyway, I watch them like regularly. They post a video every day at like somewhere around 5 o'clock Eastern time, which I think it's like 3 o'clock Western time where they're at in the West Coast. But so they post a video every day, and I watch it. It's funny. I like them, So I watch their stuff, and I was getting notifications for a while, but then I made the mistake of dismissing, I guess, too many of them, and just going, yeah, like, it'll be at the top of my feed. Their stuff's always at the top of my feed when they post a video. So I never had to, like, worry about it. But I noticed after I dismissed too many of the notifications, I don't get any of their notifications right now. So the only thing I can think of to fix that is to go back to their channel, turn off notifications, and then turn them back on and see if that fixes it. Yeah, Johnny, football's long gone. Yeah, I know. I'm way behind. I don't keep up. But did they really play today, or was that set up for a joke that I just completely fucked up for you? I did just hear, like, Michigan canceled their game against Ohio State, which around here is sacrilege. All the Ohio State people were up in arms about they can't play with masks, or there was a few good memes that were going around about it. Yeah, it literally is. I mean, every now and then I warm up. Hey, between you and me, I don't pay the electric bill. I'm moving. I'm good. Matter of fact, turn some other shit on. Oh, wait, I don't have anything else to turn on. Fuck. Oh, well. But, yeah, so it's one of those things. So, think about those little things that help, support the channels that you want to support. It's a lot of that little stuff that adds up. Like, that's what a lot of the gamer, the ones that do really good, like, that's a lot of it. Is like the people that just click and watch their videos just to see what's going on with them, or to watch whatever the fuck. Like, that's a lot of it. So, let's take that into the tool community and, try to support the ones that we want to support. Whether that be, Renegade's Garage, or, Bill Beckett doesn't make videos, he's old. He just comes in and hassles everybody. Robert, when he starts making videos, I think he's long gone. I miss saying goodbye to him at some point. Um, but yeah, Tools and Trash. That's probably one of the reasons Tools and Trash, I'm guessing, beats me out. Because I have him beat in views. I have him beat in, like, literally almost everything that I can see. But I'm thinking, and my click-through rates aren't bad, so I'm guessing we're at least somewhere in the same neighborhood on those. I'm guessing that he has me in watch time, and that's why he has surpassed me and continues to do so, because I think people watch his videos longer because my voice is annoying. That's all I got. Maybe one day I'll shave all my facial hair and I'll come on here talking about how Harbor Freight makes the best tools in the world. Drum up some hate and see how that does. Yeah, YouTube is, they make it sound so easy at first. They're like, oh, you just hit record and you upload videos. Like, yeah, in 2010, you could do that or whatever and just literally do whatever, and you had a pretty good chance of gaining some kind of following or notoriety. But anymore, it's a long game. If I just keep rolling at this thing, assuming that my content doesn't completely fall to the wayside, I'll be big enough before too long. It might take a while, but I'll be big enough. Epic for real, it's Austin. Holy hell. You have another account. Epic for real. YouTube something. Can't see your tiny picture. I mean, I see the play button. That's interesting. Alright, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom again. We'll be back. Talk amongst yourselves. All that fun stuff. Alright, I am back. I took the short trip that time to the secluded area of the backyard. It's like 30 degrees outside and snowy, so there's no one anywhere to worry about. Oh, yeah, this heater is sucking. I'm going to put it down here between my legs so that the heat radiates up, because I'm dying. It's cold out here, and the garage is like pretty damn empty, so that doesn't help either, that there's more surface area to heat because there's less stuff in it. Not that this thing would do any good. Jaguars are 1-12. Have the Browns won a game yet? To my knowledge, they don't win games. And that's the other thing. Think about YouTube like the Browns, right? They lose almost fucking always, right? But they have one of the most die-hard fan bases of any team. Like, it doesn't matter how bad they suck year after year, it just doesn't matter. They have one of the most die-hard fan bases of any team. So, you know, it's possible to be an underdog, or even, I'm trying to adjust my stool here. Uh, it's possible to be shitty and still be adored. So, kind of like this chick to some degree. So, yeah, I mean, that's out there too. And I think that is a very interesting point in comparison. Some channels are hated, but they still get views, so they still rise to the top. It's really interesting how things go. Which one, Austin? This one, this Epic for real? What are you doing on there? I'll have to look that up. If I can find it, I will attempt to share it, but I warn you that most of these guys are into tools and stuff, and I don't know what kind of content you're putting out on Epic for real. I do find it interesting that you were able to snag that channel name, I guess, because that seems like somebody should have had that. Let's look. Okay. Okay, it looks like kind of like maybe some gaming content. What is that? Epic Forever? Okay. I'll bite. So, guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to post a link in the chat for... Oh, shit, I can't hear. Fuck. I gotta go to the YouTube video for my live stream. I can't comment in Streamlabs because I have to, like, sign in or something. Hold on, I gotta turn the sound off. Jeebus Christ. See what you make me do, Austin? So this is Austin's channel. I think some of it's around gaming. But yeah, if you feel the need, you can go check some of that out, especially if, you're bored and you have no other stuff to do. Yeah, see what Austin's up to on his Epic for Real channel, which even this is a new one for me, so I will have to go on there and see what he's going on with. I saw a word of the day video talking about success. Hold on, I gotta kill this watching my own live stream stuff. Go back. There we go. Gone back. So yeah, you can check out Austin there. Austin is one of Josh's buddies, and you guys see Josh everywhere in chats on damn near everything. Huh? Who's listing a beachfront house in Oklahoma, Princess? Anyone know a good joke? A beachfront house. Oh, was that from when I used the restroom and you guys were trying to talk amongst yourselves? You guys are not doing good at that. Like, I come back and there's like two comments. Either that or I pee really quickly. One or the other. This heater is much better when it's placed directly below my legs. It doesn't make a huge difference, but I feel a little warmer than the 40 degrees or 30 something that this garage actually is. Yeah. So Austin is sometimes on Josh's lives on Instagram and other places. If you guys have caught any of those, so yeah, he is around. You can check that stuff out if you feel the need. I try to catch Josh and Austin whenever I can. Stop in and say hi. They do go live a lot. They have a lot more free time than some of us, so that makes it a little easier for them. But yeah, it's always nice to stop in and just. There's 9 Epic for well, was there? I saw the one with his logo, so I clicked that. That should be the link that I posted. Now you got me second guessing myself. Uh, did my chat go through? Where's my? What the fuck? God damn it! Hold on. Yep. Okay. Why is it beachfront in Arizona? Is it? Oh, you know what it is? You know, is it there? Hold on, I'm gonna click back. Click back if I can. Go back. I'm not seeing. You know what it is? You know what I think it is? You know what I think it is? I don't think I'm a moderator on my own channel. I'm guessing, and that's the only thing I can come up with. And I'm not seeing my own comment, at least not in Streamlabs. On YouTube, is it moving? Yeah, it's acting like it's there in YouTube, but I don't see it in Streamlabs. So, Austin, I don't know. Maybe you're host, and I can't post the link. That's weird, because it's in the YouTube video, but it's not showing up in the Streamlabs chat. So, I don't know. Yeah, where exactly? Well, Austin, you're not a moderator, so I don't think you can post it. If you do, if you do a YouTube search of Epic for Real, and then it was like the third one for me. It's the same picture as Austin's um, little avatar picture there, that YouTube symbol with the arrow in it. that's that's how you get to it. Yeah, I tried posting it. I can't post it apparently because I'm not a moderator. It's acting like it's there on YouTube, but it's not showing up in Streamlabs. So I'm guessing that it's like filtering out as spam. But either way, Austin, you got some exposure there. Some people I'm sure will search. Few people that we have in here maybe and check that out. So, uh, back to it. So in the new space that I have, I'm going to have, like I said, I should have like an office slash area that I can use for recording. It's going to be a little different, obviously, not being in a garage, so I'm going to have to work that out. But especially the live streams should, assuming I can decorate the background half decent, should be a little more maybe aesthetically pleasing, definitely a lot more climate controlled, like was said at the beginning of the stream. And then I think at that point, it's just a matter of not alienating the 4 to 5 people that kind of come and hang out periodically during the lives. So we'll figure out the lives. I'm not near as worried about as the video content. Like I said, I have that sponsorship and some other stuff coming up. I have a product review to do, which that one I don't foresee a whole lot of problems with the product review. I should be able to do that without any problems. And yeah, so we have to find our new normal, as everyone keeps saying. We don't forget to wear your mask and stay 6 feet and find your new normal. Well, my new normal is apparently going to be a lot different. So it may not stay that way forever. I don't know what I'm doing. I have a house, but I rent it. So it's got a tenant in it right now. I don't know that I'll move back there. But obviously, I'm going to be not stressing, but, focused on attempting to get back to something sooner than later. So we'll see what I can work out there. I might sell that damn house because I don't really see myself moving back in it. It's one of those, like, you buy the house and you think it fits your needs, and then it's still nice. It's still very nice, but it's not as nice as I would have thought. The garage exists, but it's much smaller than even this, and that just creates all kinds of other problems. Go to the strip club. Go to the strip club. Amos, that sounds like a great idea if it wasn't for the fact that I'm trying not to spend money. So while that's not impossible, I will say some of the guys from work, because I go and I launch sites and do other stuff. I've trained a lot of people, and some of them guys were around during the initial stages of some of the separation. And I will say it's been brought up and posed as an event to happen shortly hereafter. So I might end up there. Oh my God, a strip club after COVID? What's that going to look like? Now I have to go. I want to see what... Is it really 6 feet? I'm sorry, Princess. I don't want to devolve ourselves into a strange area of conversation, but is it really 6 feet? Because that kind of takes like the whole... That's going to be... Now I have to go and see what it's like in a post-COVID or a during COVID world. Is there plexiglass? That could be cool though, because like then boobs against the plexiglass, like that's hot. I've never seen that in a strip club before. Hey, some of them masks might help some of them ladies. I'm just saying, some of them masks, they might increase the tips. At least some of the ones here in Ohio. The pickings aren't always awesome. So Jamie said, I just put a new roof on my rental. Talk about a kick in my gut. Yeah. And well, okay, so do you still have a mortgage on that rental? Because that's what's getting me. And my dumb ass apparently didn't price the thing right for the area. And like comparable rentals are going for like, I'm just going to say, hundreds of dollars more than I'm renting mine out for. Apparently, anybody and their mom or anybody without their mom could afford to rent my place, is what's I'm getting the idea of, because I've just now started actually looking at rentals and trying to find a place, and I saw what some of the prices were, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I should be charging a lot more for my rent. A lot more. So Princess Jamie says she went to a strip club recently with fellow techs, and I ended up going lingerie shopping with some strippers. Where are we at, Jamie? Is that Arizona? Is that Arizona? How much is a flight? I'm going to Google this. I'm going out there. I'm going to live stream next week with Princess Jamie in Arizona. We're going to a strip club together. Apparently she has all the fun. I don't. It's Arizona, right? I'm right on that, right? Why do I think it's Arizona. So let's see here. DA 1, 2, Arizona flights. I'm a coming. So I ain't having no fun here. Oh, the little Google thing didn't. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so I gotta get back and see. I'm gonna pull the damn video back up. So now it looks like there's extra people watching. What'd she say? Yes, I have a mortgage. I make about 25% of the mortgage back in my rental. My tenant is also my ex. Oh. Well then, yeah, it's just sounding all kinds of awkward and horrible, and that sounds like the exact kind of situation I want to walk myself into right now. So, is it Arizona? San Antonio? Well, fuck. I gotta change it. San Antonio. Alright. Okay, the autofill doesn't work. Okay, so I can get there. Oh, cheap, pretty cheap. I guess COVID's keeping the prices down. It literally has like a COVID alert that says like 44% of flights are operating, 94% of hotels have availability. That's funny. Yeah, I can get there for like $200. Is that round trip? Is that fucking round trip? If that's round trip, I really am coming out. What the fuck? Is that round trip? One stop. Round trip? Holy shit, Jamie, I'm coming. Holy hell, I could get there. Round trip, one stop, $196. And there's one that's slightly cheaper than that at like $195. I wonder if they take Harbor Freight coupons. That's crazy. I didn't realize how cheap flights were. All right, Jamie, I'm coming. Next Wednesday live stream, live from San Antonio. Let me get back to the actual stream here. Live from San Antonio. You fly for free? Are you ex-military or what? Yeah, it sounds like Jamie has all the fun, and now I'm hearing free flights. Free blue flashlight with every flight. I love that, Mark. Doesn't include hotel. No. The hotel would be separate. So, but that's still $200 to fly. As far as I see it, that's across the country. That's pretty good. Maybe now's the time to do a little traveling. Not that I have the ability to do it, but it's a nice thought. Oh, okay. I thought that. I thought that I'd heard that somewhere in one of the videos. Or in one of the chats or something. Oh, well, Princess really is a princess, then, is what we're hearing. A lifetime status on American Airlines. Well, then shit. Well, yeah, the strip clubs are probably better down there. I would think. Yeah. if you've been to, well, you said you came to Pennsylvania recently. That's basically Ohio. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not great up here. That is very cool to be able to travel like that. It seems like the value of that benefit has gone down a little in current times, but still nice. I would have never thought that that flight would only cost $200 to get to Texas. Hell, that means I could go to Brad's workbench and hassle him during his live stream in person. That would be really great. I'm sure his wife would love that. There's some weird guy at the front door for you. He says it's Matt from Just Wrench It. Don't go to Sugar's on a weekday. Sugar sounds like a cocaine stop. That doesn't sound like a strip club. That sounds like something else is going on there. Holy shit, 8 people? There cannot be. I know I'm watching in that one. I better go kill this. Boosting my own numbers. That's what I need to do. I need to just start a live stream and then start like 50 windows of my own live stream so it looks like people are watching. Oh, you go up and see Brandon? He's what? See, I'm going to say it wrong. Because I know he said it in a live stream today. He might have even said it in the chat earlier. I think he's like south, like Alabama, Georgia, somewhere in there. It's hard to keep everybody straight. Like, I guess once you like really ingrain it into your mind, maybe send some letters and stuff back and forth, have to write out the address. Like, I know Tools and Trash is in Nebraska. I know Brad is in Texas, of course. Rex Kruger, which is another buddy of Brad's, is up in Cleveland by me. Oh, he's a couple hours from you? Why did I think he was in, like, south? Maybe I was catching the city wrong or something. I'm thinking, I thought he was in, like, the south on the East Coast. Okay, well then, yeah, go hassle Brandon. Fuck, by all means. He ain't doing shit. Okay, well, look at Renegade jumping in and making me look bad. I don't know where everyone's at. Shit, Renegade, I know you're in Florida, right? Jacksonville, I want to say. Dano's up in the land of maple syrup. That's about as far as I know. I even sent him some shit, and I couldn't tell you where he's at. Oh, Killeen, Texas? Okay. How the fuck? No, then I must have heard something wrong because maybe he was talking about Alabama. Or no, I think that was the other guy in the live stream. Maybe he was talking about how he was from the South. Maybe I just crossed my peoples. Yeah, that's $1 million idea. Have a warehouse full of thousands of computers watching your video on a loop. Yeah, it really is. I mean, I'm sure at some point they'd catch you and like ban your channel or something, but it's an idea and a good one. Oh, really? Oh, so you're out in the middle of nowhere if your internet's that horrible. You might be too far south for it right now, but the Elon Musk's Starlink, I know a lot of the northern people in Canada and some of the people here in the States are starting to use it, and they say it is phenomenal. You have to pay for the equipment up front. I think that's like $600, but then after that, it's just like $100 a month, just like any other internet, basically. And it's supposedly really good and pretty reliable, you know, depending on weather and things. Letting your computer buffer videos for that night. That's crazy. That the cell phone is probably faster uh than the computer. That's nuts. Because out here where I'm at, I mean that's the complete opposite. The home internet just, I mean, I guess with the LTE and maybe some of the 5G, but I don't think we have 5G anywhere around me yet. The 5G might be comparable or maybe even exceed the home internet, but the home internet that I have here right now is like 100 some megabits. It's completely good for what I need. Yeah, well, there's like a geographic thing to it. I don't think they have the satellites in place yet for the southern hemisphere thing, because I was talking to a guy and he said if you were so far of a latitude you south, you couldn't use it yet, that it was only really in beta testing for um, you know, some of the northern latitudes, like I said, Canada and some of the states. So it sounds like it's coming, but yeah, I mean, it's got to be better. Like a lot of the survivalist kind of channels, like the homesteaders and things, a lot of those channels are talking about it because, I mean, it's literally like a night and day difference for some of them in terms of their internet capabilities. Yeah, it sounds like it. Definitely. Yeah, something I would look into. I have to get internet set up at the apartment, which shouldn't be bad, but I'm a cheap ass, and Spectrum took over Time Warner Cable a couple years back, and I did have it at my house, and then I moved here, and my wife set that up, so I got to set it back up where I move. I don't know if I want to go with Spectrum or not, but I remember the other company that it did have was like a DSL company, and the only thing I can seem to remember is lots of issues with the DSL. You would think it would be more stable, maybe, but there were a lot of issues with the service over the time that I remember having it. And I don't think it was that much cheaper. I know the speeds were for sure slower. So, because of all the streaming and all the other stuff, I'm probably going to go with Spectrum again. But it kills me because it's like, I think last I checked, a package for just internet was like $70 a month. Uh-oh. A nice directional with an active antenna cut for 2.4 gigahertz, and you'll be surprised at the Wi-Fi you can pick up. Pringles cans go a long way for the use of an N or SMA connector. Yeah. If you haven't watched, which it sounds like maybe you haven't, if you haven't watched my Boost Wi-Fi in Garage video, I used like a aluminum pan, not a pie pan, but more like a cake pan or like a casserole dish, to boost the Wi-Fi in my garage. And it worked like crazy. I was already getting a signal, but it was intermittent and crappy. And so when I moved everything over here to and thought that I was actually going to try to stream out here in the freezing fucking cold, uh, I was like, well, I got to fix this Wi-Fi thing. So I went and bought the cake pan, knowing, that it would work, and a new adapter. My other adapter is still sitting up here. I haven't moved it yet. It's an old like TP-Link single antenna, 150 megs. I mean, at the time when I bought it, probably 6+ years ago, it wasn't bad. But I bought a cheap version off Amazon with dual antennas that does dual band, and it was doing all right. But when I put that pie pan thing, cake pan, whatever, around it, it just took off. Like now I get full speeds out here, 150, 200 feet from the router through a house and all kinds of other physical and electrical obstructions. Oh, now she's gonna bust out the dial-up and really make us all feel old. I heard I heard that sound the other day coming from like a car or something. Like the only thing I can think of is it was like a song or a show or something on the radio, and it was playing that sound. But I heard it, and it like literally sent chills up my spine. I was like, "What the fuck year is it? What is going on? Like, why do I hear dial-up sounds? Like, this is bullshit." Like, and do you ever remember people like if you picked up the phone, it it would fuck up everything, and oh yeah, like it was fucking horrible. Napster downloads in the mid '90s, going from ISDN to T1. Yeah, yeah, that was a huge difference, and like a lot of people really don't realize. Like this may be a little too personal. Maybe it's a little too personal. There's 5 people still in here, and one of them is a lady, specifically a princess. But I remember when I was very young and impressionable that porn wasn't even video yet. It was all pictures because that's all you could get. And it still loaded like by the line as you brought up the picture. The internet was that slow. So you saw the bobs way before the vagine and all this, that, and the other. And it was it took a while. Like if you caught a bad one, like you spent 5 minutes thinking about that bad decision before the next one would load. It was hugely uh, ineffective for any major things. Gallery magazines. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about when I was mm, probably a freshman. No, not even a freshman. I wasn't even in high school yet. So you're talking 96? Yeah, probably like 96, 97. John Stamos, he's still your idol, and he's still on Full House, isn't he? Or a Fuller House, or whatever it is. Aunt Becky went to jail. Oh, or she's going to jail. I don't know if she's. Yeah, they probably suspended all that shit because of COVID. Yeah, Amos. Well, you might be north enough. You might want to look into it. The Starlink stuff, it's out in quote unquote beta test. And I know there's some like location limits, but past that, you can look up videos on YouTube about it. It's supposedly really good. And even in bad weather, I hear reports that it still works. It's just not as fast. Yeah, John Stamos still has hair. That's why he's still hot. It's only the hair. That's all it is. And I won't accept any other excuses. All right, on this weird porn slash John Stamos note, holy shit, Rust Belt mechanic stopping in for no apparent reason at midnight? Don't you have a life? Aren't you? Wait, aren't you in Alabama? Didn't you go down to SP Tools to do some stuff? What are you doing in my live stream? I appreciate it. Anyhow, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. You guys can talk to Rust Belt and question him about all the features and functionality of every SP tool ever, and he will be able to 100% answer all of those questions. I will be right back. If it click, click. Well, I am back, and I can see that the grilling has begun. Everybody is grilling Rust Belt on SP Air Tools and other questions, and I appreciate that. Give him hell. Yeah, it's not midnight there. It must be 11 o'clock down there where you're at. What is that? What do they call that? Central Time? You lucky guy. Still very envious. I hope everything is going well. Sounds like it is. I watched your electrical diagnosis or troubleshooting diagnosis video the other day, and I look forward to, I'll have to try to catch the ones that are going to air on SP's official channel that you were talking about. But yeah, that's really good. I was actually just saying that I may do some of those more diagnostic type videos, parasitic draw and things like that. Kind of mix it up a bit. Uh-oh. Talk's getting deep. It sounds like Jamie has found out that maybe SP is manufacturing tools for maybe another company. It sounds like we have no official statement, of course, and that's fine. But that stuff happens. I will say SP makes some of the most innovative air tools that I've seen. Like their nano impact. I keep staring at that thing. I saw it the other day somewhere on like an ad or a listing or something somewhere. The little butterfly palm impact, and I was like, oh, like I'm very curious to see what it can do because of the size. SP makes great air tools, but you think about the size. I think it's a quarter-inch. Rust Belt might be able to correct me if he's not already yammering in the chat about what Princess Jamie's talking about on the Power Stroke. But they got a little quarter-inch butterfly. It's like literally palm size, and that's very interesting. While it's not going to have like that full power that you might expect for all those tight areas and hard to reach places, I bet that thing is a godsend. And Rust Belt, am I wrong? Because I looked at your channel when I was watching that video the other day. Did I notice like a huge bump in subscribers, or am I crazy? Because I could have swore you were like 80K, and for some reason I thought that was whatever I saw. I think it was 80, but I thought it was really high. I know Rust Belt's in my top few. Okay, 41.8. Maybe that was on the SP. Was it on the SP channel that I saw you? Maybe it was. But still, that seems higher than I thought you were, like, even a couple of months ago. Did you have some huge bump that I am not immediately aware of? Because it seemed like, I want to say the last time I thought we talked and you were in a stream, I thought you were at like 20, maybe 30. Huh. Still sitting at 47. Huh. I could have swore the last time I really checked it, you were at like, maybe it was 30 something. Either way, you're getting there, man. Even if your content's got to be a little different because of the new endeavors, that's still very nice. Um, that's huge. You're like the hometown hero of mechanics and YouTubers and tool tubers and everybody else on this side. Uh, cheers to you, of course. And getting to travel like that for work. I don't know like what your day to day looks like when you're here, but that's pretty cool. SP Air is now a Japanese made air tool. Japanese made anything. I mean, unless you're talking again about like the bargain basement stuff. All the Japanese stuff, I worked for a Japanese company. Rust Belt, being local here, knows probably what that company is, for about a decade as a technician. And let me say, their quality control is off the charts. I mean, just we could never fully satisfy the parent Japanese company in terms of quality. They just, we can always do better, of course, to some degree, but like they're just some of their stuff, and they would send us things occasionally from there, from the Japanese company for assembly or whatever, based on contracts or need. And we would look at some of the same parts that we were making, but they were made in Japan, right? And I mean, off the record and on here on my live stream, I will tell you that it was different. Their welds looked better. I mean, even if it was just a visual difference and the welds quality was still good, it was just, you could tell the difference in the stuff that was made in Japan versus the stuff that we made. It was a visual slight difference in quality. All right, Jamie, have a good night. I think, anyway, I need to be wrapping it up here. I have to get up early with my daughter in the morning. So I will bid you all farewell. I appreciate all 7 to 12 maybe of you that hung out during the time of the live stream. I greatly appreciate it. I really do. Rust Belt, thanks for stopping by. Again, good luck and continue the good work. I will stay tuned for the future progress. And everyone else, Mark, Renegade, if he is still around, and anyone else that's lurking in the background, I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. And I will see you guys next week. Amos.